I've got rhythm in my soul. Can you feel it? Let your body move. Let your body move. Let your body move. Let your body move. Ooh. Mm-mm. Oh yeah, I've got rhythm in my soul. I've got rhythm in my soul. Can you feel it? Let your body move. Let your body move. Let your body move. Let your body move.
Welcome. You have just tuned in to the book of Genesis. Get ready to fasten your seatbelts because we are stepping all the way out the box and breaking all the rules. Are you ready? Are you sure? Well, let's get into it. Here is your host, the wonderful, the beautiful, the intelligent, the wise Genesis.
Hey, y'all. Happy Saturday. Welcome to another edition of the Book of Genesis. Y'all, I am excited about tonight's show because we have a beautiful, beautiful guest joining us tonight, and she's going to give us a little insight into her life. And y'all, it's going to be interesting. So if y'all haven't already, like the video, share it with somebody, tell them to have a friend join us, and y'all come on in and listen to the chat. So I ain't gonna even waste no time. We're gonna get right into it and add her to the stream, y'all. We are talking about beyond that beautiful smile of hers and beyond her success, y'all. Welcome to the show, Shumerria Harris. We call her Shoo Shoo. Hey, lady.
Thank you so much for having me on. I appreciate it.
Yes, and I got to say hello to the chat. Hey to the mods for tonight. We got Big Bad Bull in the building. We got Jenny Marina. Hey, Candid Ann. Thanks for supporting and listening from work. Hey, Eugene Steele. Hey, Sir Hale Speaks. Y'all, thank y'all. I appreciate y'all being here. Hey, Gray Pill. Okay, Great Pill said add to the title for her channel. Yes, we are gonna give all of her contact information because she got her YouTube page up and she got a lot of stuff that she is sharing. Y'all, it's some good stuff on that page. So mods, if you can, drop the link so that they can go over there and be nosy and see what she got over there. We want them to go over there, right?
Definitely.
Yeah. So I know who you are. But of course, our audience doesn't know who you are. All of them don't know who you are. So we're going to go back and then bring it forward.
Okay.
So, I already told them that you're an actor.
Right.
Actor. Is it actor or actress, or it doesn't matter now? it used to be, gender specific. It's not anymore. From what
You could say actress, or now you can just say actor.
actor, okay, and it's not offensive. Okay,
Right.
so you're an actor.
I am. I am.
How
Um,
did you- well, no, let's go back to your childhood before you became an actor.
mhm. So
Okay,
before I became an actor, I'm sorry.
go
Um,
ahead.
before I became an actor, or decided I was going to be an actor, like I always knew I was going to be into writing. I
Uh-huh.
always knew I was in the film and television. I actually initially I wanted to be I wanted to write and direct films because I said I wanted to be a female Spike Lee. And I started working on my first movie script, and I was like 13 years old. And then from there, I went to a college preparatory high school,
Uh-huh.
and I got into what you call like the desktop publishing, like editing type of stuff there. And they showed us like an editing program or whatever. And I shot my first, like I shot a music video for a project for class, and I
Uh-huh.
was like, yo, this is it. This is what I want to do for the rest of my life. Then I got to college, and I was like, the initially when I went to college, I wanted to go to the Art Institute of Atlanta for video production, but
Mhm.
it's like way too expensive. It was like $40,000 a year, and it was only a 2-year program, and I was just like, I can't see myself taking out that kind of money for school, and you can't even guarantee me I'm gonna get a job when I finish. You know what I
Mhm.
mean? So I ended up going to Alabama State University,
Okay.
my hometown, and the closest thing to entertainment they had was theater. And so I got into theater there, and I did my first play that I did. It was called Six Characters in Search of an Author, and I got cast as the character's name is the old character lady. And it was this moment where we had to create a distraction to get like one of the other actors on stage without the audience like really noticing.
Mhm.
So what they did was they had one of the other actors come, and I had a hat, and like she was supposed to snatch my hat, and I was like, you ain't taking my hat, you can't have my hat. And so when she comes over, I jumped up, I was like, back up, give me 50 feet. And the audience went crazy. I was like, this is it, I'm gonna do this. And I just been in it ever since. So
That was it.
that was
So now once you decided, okay, this is it, this is what I'm doing with the rest of your life,
it.
how'd your family respond? Were they supportive? We hear about the starving artists and the struggling actors and actresses. So,
Well, when I told my dad I was majoring in theater, he was like, theater? Like, what kind of job you gonna get in theater? I was like, well, I could teach. He was like, I guess. And I guess for a while they just kind of chucked it up to I'm still trying to figure out what I want to do with my life.
mhm,
So they just was like, all right, I guess, because come to find out, my father, he had a bachelor's degree and a master's degree, but he got his bachelor's degree in art.
okay.
So I guess he figured that I would go on and get a secondary degree, and in whatever I got my secondary degree in, that's what I would
That would
really,
be your career.
you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, but no, I finished undergrad, and I decided I was going to go to New York, and I went to film school here, and I was like, I was at it ever since. I was like, I'm gonna do this.
So now I know that, some actors choose New York, some choose LA. Why New York over LA?
Well, I chose New York because number one, I got accepted to a film school program here, and then two, I have family here. So
Okay.
I do have some family here, so that made me feel more comfortable because I was like, at least I do have, a family source here. So it
Okay.
made me feel a bit more comfortable coming here.
Okay. So now you go to New York. You coming
Mhm.
from Alabama. That's
Mhm.
like night and day.
Yeah, I mean, I ain't gonna lie, I hated it for a while. I hated it for a while. I did. Like, I'm talking about, I cried for a good like 3 months straight, like every day. I was like, I hate it here. I hate it here.
Oh,
Yeah. And like, I call my mom. She's like, it's all right, baby. It's all right. Well, you can always just come home. You just always come home.
uh-huh.
Like, yeah. And I thought about it for a while, like just going home. But then like I was like, nah, I'm gonna stick with it.
Okay. So you in New York, you hate it, but then how do you get in? How do you break into acting once you're there? I know you said you were going to film school.
Mm-hmm.
Was film school like the door to get you in, like for somebody who may not know how to get into acting?
Well, film school is definitely the door. They
Okay.
had, the thing I can say about the program I went to, they had one class that was specifically based on the business of acting, which had nothing to do with teaching you like performance technique or anything. It was specifically to show you how to set yourself up, how to get yourself started, how to get yourself an agent, about headshots. What else? Like, what things to look out for in terms of like, scammers and stuff like that. So like, yeah, and just and I gave it to them too. They also gave us like in orientation tips and stuff like about being safe, and if we go to the ATMs, make sure we go to in a group. Like if you see people like begging for change on a train, don't give anything to them, don't pull out no money, because a lot of times they work in groups, so they may have someone else on the cart looking to see who is pulling out money from where. And when this person who's begging for change, when they leave and they go into the next cart, what they'll do is like whoever they're working with, either they'll pickpocket you or like they'll follow you when you get off the train.
Wow.
Just things to be aware of.
Wow. And all of this is part of your study. Like you thinking you learning about acting and they trying
Right.
to tell you how to keep safe.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
really?
Yeah. Because I mean, we were all from like different places. Like, it's people from the Midwest, like I'm from the South, never been away from home. And this is your first time in a big city. So like, yeah, they had to train us on that type of stuff.
Wow. So are you living on campus or do you get in? I've heard that the cost of living is like way up there in New York.
Yeah, I was living with my aunt.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's good.
Help ease some pockets.
How did your first interview or first audition, not interview, first audition? Like how do you decide what you're going to audition for, or do they find you?
Well, the first audition I ever did was for like a voiceover. And it's because one of the teachers I had, he was a casting director too. So it was for, I don't even remember what commercial it was for, but like I remember it was me and one of my other classmates. He pulled us out of class and had us come audition for it, and come find my classmate. She actually booked it.
Okay.
It was nerve-wracking to say the least, but at the same time, like once you get to doing it so much, you just get used to it. And I will say this, they had a class about audition technique, and they teach you about what you should do when you go in there. Okay, when you get to the audition space, all right, make sure you sign your name in. And sometimes they have an announcement board where they have specific details about like the role or like certain things they may want you to do. And then when you go in the room, they have like what they call a mark, which is like where they want you to stand, and it's like a tape, like almost like a T shape. You hit your mark, and then when they tell you to go, you go. You do what they call a slate, and that's where you introduce yourself. You tell them your name, your height, and where you're from, and then like you go into like your audition piece. The biggest lesson I learned when I got out of school was no audition is the same. No audition is the same. I've been in some auditions where you come in and especially now, you don't even have to like sign like the sign up sheet because everything is digital. So like you have some places where you check in on a computer, and then like you have some places where like when I first started, you still had to have like bring like a physical copy of the headshot, like a picture with attached to the back. Like now you don't have to do any of that.
Wow.
Which is pretty much cost effective, so much more cost effective for us.
To show up and they already have your information.
Yep. You be like, I'm Shumerria Harris. Okay. And they check you off in the system. I'm like, thank you. That's it. Yeah.
So you land your first entry is a voiceover. When is the first time that you're on? Well, no, let me go back. How many auditions did you go on before you finally landed a role?
Oh God.
That many.
auditions did I go on? Yeah, I went on a lot,
Hey, Lady Hell.
and it's crazy because it was crazy. Oh, hey, Lady Hell. I'm sorry to say hey,
Hey,
but
Lady Hell.
the reason during that time it does take a toll on you because it makes you start to think, okay, well, maybe am I really like cut out for this, or am I doing something wrong, or even after film school, though, I was taking like private classes and stuff like that, so and that helped. But yeah, so
Wow. And you land your first role. How do you get the notification? And then what emotions?
my talent manager, she called me. She was like, "Hey, great news! So you booked the job. They want you." I was like, "Really?" She was like, "Yeah." I never forget the first like role I got. It was comedians in cars getting coffee. It was a Jerry Seinfeld project. I would never forget it. I was so excited. I was like, "Oh my
I
God."
remember that.
Yeah, I was like, "Oh my God." I was so excited. And usually when you get the set, they have your paperwork there where you have to fill out your was it 1099 forms, and like you have to fill out, you have to sign your contract and all that. And for me, because I wasn't a part of the actors union yet, I was non-union, but it was a union project. They gave me what they call a Taft-Hartley. Taft-Hartley is a performance voucher. And how it works is, like, in order for you to be able to join the union, you have to have 3 Taft-Hartley vouchers. And how you get those is you have to you qualify by being on a union project.
Okay, so you have to work as a non-union member on 3 projects, accumulate these 3 vouchers, then you're eligible to join the union.
Yep. And that was my first Taft-Hartley. I was so excited. I was like, "Oh my God." And I mean, the shoot and everything was dope because it was like a really small cast. I met Jerry Seinfeld and oh my God, what's his name? He played Kramer on Seinfeld too, on the Seinfeld show.
No, but I don't know.
I always forget his name, but
I can picture his face, but I can't recall his name.
Yeah.
Y'all help us out if y'all remember his name. Kramer from Jerry Seinfeld.
He played Kramer on Seinfeld.
Yeah.
It's gonna come back to me, but anyway, like, he was a part of it, and then I was like even more excited because I read in an article on Vanity Fair. They wrote an article about it, like, "Oh yeah, Jerry Seinfeld and what's this? Oh my God, Michael Richards."
Michael Richards.
I was like, I can never forget it.
Michael Richards.
Yeah, they had Vanity Fair wrote an article about it. They were like, "Oh yeah, Seinfeld and Michael Richards are teaming up again for." Yep, bro, man, he got it. Michael Richards. They were like, Jerry Seinfeld and Michael Richards are teaming up again for another project and for comedians and cars getting coffee. And I was like, "Oh my God, I'm gonna be in that. I'm gonna be in that." And so I'm telling everybody, I'm gonna be in the Jerry Seinfeld project. Girl, come to find out, when we see the final products, they edited us out. The
wow.
only saw were Michael Richards and Jerry Seinfeld. That's it.
Oh, dang.
I was so hurt.
Like,
what? I was like, what happened? And then here it is. I see people I done told I'm gonna be on the project. They're like, "Hey, so what is that, girl?" It's out already. You know what I mean? And that's it's embarrassing because it's like you so excited and you telling people gonna be in it, and then like people see it, it's like you're not. So I'm like, I still gotta pay stuff though. Thank you.
Right. I need them coins still.
Okay.
So then are you disappointed after that? Like, okay, you're expecting to be in this. You know, it's Jerry Seinfeld. Who don't know Jerry Seinfeld? Right. Then you get edited out.
Right.
Like,
yeah. But okay. I talked to like some other actors who have been in the business for a while, and they were like, that's not uncommon.
Okay.
And it happens quite often. So they were like, don't feel bad about that. Don't get down about that. you know, that it was nothing you can do about that. That's what's in your call. But you know, hey, on to the next one. That's the way you got to look at it. You got paid for it at least,
Right.
not for free. So yeah.
So you move on to the next one.
Mm-hmm.
What's your next big break?
The next big project I got it was a series called Show Me a Hero. And it's a series about this incident in Yonkers, New York. It was based off a true story that really happened. It was in Yonkers, New York. They were trying to kind of like gentrify Yonkers, so to speak. And so like they were building like these new housing developments, and so they were going to do kind of like a housing lottery and give the housing lottery to some of the tenants in like one of the projects. And so I played one of the women who were awarded one of the lotteries. But like, so one of the scenes that I'm in they kind of like it's part of the series where like they're illustrating like the environment and like the circumstances of the people who live in the housing projects. And one of the main characters, she's trying to get together this whole community course or program together where like people in the community come together and like they try and get like playground, all this great stuff together. And so I show up and I'm there pretty much just to complain. Like that's it. Hey, Car. No, Robbie. What's up?
So you're there to complain.
Basically, I'm there to complain. I'm not there to like make any suggestions or anything. I'm just like, listen, I've been trying to call people from housing forever to come fix this, that, and the third, and ain't nobody come. Like, you know, that was my thing. And then I'm in another scene in another episode where for the people who got awarded the housing, the people in the city, like you got city officials and stuff there, and like, you know, they're pretty much talking about, you know, these different like programs they're enforcing or implementing or whatever that's supposed to be for the best interests of the tenants and all this other stuff. And you know, we sitting there listening and we like, we're not stupid, like we know what y'all doing. And so, hey Fred, hey Jedi Mike.
Hey Jedi Mike.
And so we're not stupid, we know what y'all doing. So, and you know, I call them out on it. I'm like, yeah, what you mean y'all implement a neighborhood watch group? Like, who y'all watching? You watching me? You know. I got that one. That one was dope too because it's on HBO. It's an HBO series called Show Me a Hero. It was like really dope. So yeah.
So after your first role where you're actually on TV and you don't get edited out, do you watch yourself? Yeah,
I was like so excited. I was like, wow, oh my God.
What kind of emotions do you have? I couldn't imagine like this is a regular thing. Do you watch yourself regularly?
I do. When I first got started in acting, it was hard to watch myself, which is why I'm glad I went to the film program I did, because what we would do in class is we would film our performances and we would go back and watch them, and the teacher would like give us criticism and telling us like how we can make our performance better and how we could be stronger. And it was funny because everybody in the class felt the same way. It was just like every time it's like it's time for us to go over our scene, I'd be like, oh God.
We're our own worst critics. So are you critical of yourself when you see yourself on camera?
Not anymore.
Not anymore. In the beginning.
In the beginning, it was hard because naturally what we do is we start like nitpicking at ourselves and we start looking at little things, like small things that might not even really be imperfections. It's like, dang, why I look like that? Like, oh, why is this like that? Oh my God, my hair was sticking up. Ain't nobody tell me nothing. You know what I'm saying? You start looking at stuff like that. But after a while, when you get used to seeing yourself, you just kind of get past it.
Mm-hmm. Now you're in a big city where there's a lot of people, you know, fighting for roles. And once you start making a name for yourself and you're out there, can you go down the street or to a coffee shop without being recognized, or are you lost in the sea of actors?
You kind of get lost in the sea of actors. Like every now and then you'll get stopped by somebody. Really, Shumerria? I'm like, yeah. They'll be like, oh wow, I follow you on Instagram, or oh wow, I saw you on this show, or something like that. And I'm like, oh wow, well, thank you.
Okay. Wow. And everybody thinking, I heard you say this on a previous show, but everybody thinking, okay, she a big time actor. She rich now.
Right. Yeah, nah. Yeah, because I was talking about on my drill show. I was saying that I was working because I initially used to work overnight in the previous job I had. And so when I booked my other show, it's called Shades of Blue, which and rest in peace to Ray Liotta, because
yes,
leads on that show. It was him and Jennifer Lopez that were leads.
Wow.
Yeah. And they posted it up in the employee break room, letting everybody know about it and saying congratulations and make sure you watch the show. And some of the other employees were like, oh wow, that's you. I was like, yeah. They was like, you was really on TV? I was like, yeah. They was like, why you working here? I was like,
great boost for my confidence.
Okay, I was like, gotta pay the bills. Like, so yeah, you have those instances, and there are different levels to acting. For actors, I'll say this: you have the everyday working actor that you book co-star roles or like guest star roles. Co-star roles are like roles that have like 5 lines or less, and then guest star roles of you may have 1 or 2, a couple of scenes, and then you have reoccurring roles where like you show up every so often, or throughout the series or throughout the season. And then you have principal roles. So it's like, for the most part, for people who just book like sporadically, or like book just co-star roles or guest star roles, like they're here and there, they work every day 9 to 5 like everyday people. It just kind of makes it a little difficult when you work a day job, but at the same time, like when people see you on TV, because they are expecting something else. But for the majority of the people who are in the acting community fall in that category. They work a day job.
They work a day job,
and then they still audition and they book things here and there from time to time.
Do they do this for years?
Yeah.
Wow. And just keep going.
The people you see, like, the Denzels and like Halle Berrys and Samuel Jacksons, like they make up probably like 4 to 5% of the industry, the actors in the industry.
Wow.
Everybody else work a day job. Is they do something else on the side. So it's very hard like to say that you're 100% an actor.
Okay.
It's either that or like they're working in theater or something. Like if you don't see them on TV, like maybe they're doing something in theater, they're doing a tour company or something. So
okay. And when you have these, have you ever thought about like pursuing acting? That's it, leaving your traditional 9 to 5, or that's not an option. You're just like, it's not bringing in enough money, so I can't do it, or I'm just not committing enough time to it.
I have, and I mean, not for nothing, I committed all my 20s to that. Committed all my 20s to that, and I was like, okay, when I get to a certain point, it is what it is. We're gonna have to start thinking about, real world choices, baby girl. Like, yes, that's your dream, and it don't mean that you can't keep pursuing it. It doesn't mean that it still won't happen for you. But at the same time, like, when you get older, you have other needs and other responsibilities, and it's like, okay, so you're gonna have to start time management, like, shifting your energy more so towards, things that are a bit more stable, as opposed to, because this industry, being an actor, is a very unstable business, very unstable. And for the most part, all you are is you're a freelance artist. That's it. Because when you get what we call hired for a job or hired for a film, the extent of your employment is the extent of the filming of that project. Like, that's it.
After that, you go back to the unemployment line.
Exactly. The difference between me and like Will Smith or like Jada Pinkett and all the rest of them who like big time like that is the check that they get much larger than mine. And it will take them a whole lot longer. You know what I'm saying? Last them a whole lot longer, go a lot farther for them than it will for me. So, that's really the difference.
Okay. You mentioned a lot of like big names, Ray Liotta, Jerry Seinfeld. Do you get starstruck when you see these people, or you're working with them?
Not
initially you did?
Yeah, initially I did. But especially when we're on set, I just look at it as though, being a professional, like we're in a scene together. So yeah, that's what it is. I lived in NYC.
Yeah. Erica.
Yep. It is real. And she said
it's a real grind.
It is, because you're always looking for your next gig. You're always looking for your next job. And for a while, I had to really learn I had to stop and remember to tell people I'm going to be on something or be in something, because people will be like, oh yeah, I saw you on this. I saw you in that. Why didn't you tell me? Why did you say that? And why did you post this? I'm like, oh, to be honest with you, I forgot, because my mind really is on the next thing, trying to get the next project.
Okay. Now, when you mention that you're holding down a traditional job and taking gigs as they come, do those gigs ever interfere with your regular work? Do you have to tell your employer, hey, I'm going to be in, this project. I need some time off. Are they accommodating to that?
And listen, I'm telling you, when I say I have been through some jobs since I've been here, I've been fired, I've quit, I've so many jobs because of this. But like I said, in my 20s, like I'm young, I got the time now, so I'm gonna do it. If I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna put my all into it. And the way I looked at it is, this isn't my forever, it's my right now, it's a temporary job. So what? I'll get another one. I'll just get another one. And then, and especially around the time where I really started like picking up and like actually getting work, I was like, yeah, forget this. So
now, once it started picking up, do you kind of like, you start feeling yourself like, okay, I was like, I'm in this.
Because, and the thing I was looking at it like this is why I came to New York. You know what I mean? Like, especially if you working at I've worked in different retail jobs and stuff like that. I was like, it's one of these in my hometown. If that was my ambition, I ain't have to come all the way to New York for this. I came to New York to act. I got this opportunity to act, and I'm going to pick acting over this. Doses. Okay. That's the way I look at it. But yeah.
Now, what's your family saying throughout this process?
So my father hated it. Like, when I first moved up here, my daddy hated me being here. Like, he hated it because I was so far away from home. And his thing was like, I can't protect you all the way up there. I'm just like, I'm all right. Like, I'll be okay. And my mom, she really she wanted me to be closer to home, but she understood, you're young. This is what you want to do. Just go ahead, pursue your dreams and go after it. Why not? You never know. So, and my brother was he was on board all the way. Like, all right, you know what I'm saying? Like, yep, you can do it. So yeah, I had a support system.
Okay. And being from Alabama, when you come back home to visit, are you the town celebrity? Or do you just go back to, some people, they're comfortable at home and they're still the regular person, or are you the superstar when you come back home?
I'm just the regular old me. And for the most part, my family is just happy to have me there. So it's just, you just Shumerria. That's, we just happy you home. That's it. And, they ready to feed me something. Like, girl, you got so skinny. Look at you. Lord mercy.
So now we finna get into the juicy.
Oh, Lord. Okay.
Single, dating, marriage.
Okay, so I'm single.
Children.
Right.
'Cause
Yeah.
I know, the men, they gonna be like, "Oh, she pretty. She got
Oh,
a man. She single. She available."
so I am single.
You're single,
Right. No children.
no children. Uh-oh, y'all brothers, y'all hear this now?
Like, which is another reason why I was like, to go back to the point where I was saying, once I got to a certain age, I was like, all right, I've gone at this, like, and giving it all I can. I do need to start shifting and putting more energy into other aspects of my life, which is my love life. And I mean, don't get me wrong, I've been dating, and throughout the whole time, I've had relationships that just didn't work out. And but yeah, I mean, I'm looking for my next relationship.
Okay. Now, how does that go over when you meet somebody, and unless they're in the actor circle,
Mm,
how do you explain,
that I'm an actor.
Yeah.
Oh, well, first, when I say I'm an actor, like people take it as though it's like, oh yeah, okay, you're an actor. I got to a point I don't even say it anymore. But what happens is, and this happened recently, this guy I went out with, he was like, and he had sent it in a text message. He was like, I hope you don't think this is like creepy or anything. But, and I mean, naturally I expect him to do it because he was a police detective. Like, so he
did the background check.
of course. And I mean, I can't blame him.
My business, sir.
If I was a detective, I'd do the same thing. I run his name through the system too. I ain't gonna lie. No, but he was like, I didn't do anything too invasive. I just did a Google search. I Googled you.
Uh-huh.
Like, okay, so you're an actress, because when you do Google me, it does come up. Some of my work comes up, my IMDb comes up, all that comes up. And so I was like, yeah, I am. He was like, oh, okay. He was like, that's interesting. And so, he was asking me questions about my background and stuff and how I got into that and all of that. So, yeah, it's, I mean, and when people see the work that I've done, then they take me seriously as an actor. Because initially, like, when I tell people, like, I don't even tell people anymore, but like, they'll Google me and figure it out, or like they'll go to
me, boo. Go me.
All right, Google me. Like, if they go to like my social media and they see it's up there, and they, then they find out, oh, okay, like, yeah, you really an actor. Yeah, I am.
Yeah. So now, once they find out you really an actor, do you have to worry about them being there for Shumerria or being there for actor Shumerria?
No, I haven't encountered that with guys who aren't in the entertainment field.
Okay.
But dating guys in the entertainment field industry, actors specifically, you would think that by us being in the same field, it would be more understanding. There would be more of an understanding. Like, I understand what you're going through, like, your frustrations, and when you do book something, yay, great, you got it. No, it ain't like that.
Really? I would think it would be easier dating an actor. Not so much.
No, because it's competition. It ends up being a competition.
Really?
Yeah.
But you all wouldn't be going for the same roles, clearly, because they're male and you're female. But
that ain't the point.
Wow.
I'm not. That's
wow.
And I'm not. And then for some guys in particular, they had this complex where my woman can be successful, but she can't outshine me. Like, you can't outshine me. Especially like if because I've had a incident where I got auditions for certain projects, certain films and stuff like that the guy that I was dating wanted to be on, and he didn't. He hadn't got no auditions for it. And I was like, hey man, guess what I got? Oh, that's good. Okay.
Wow.
All right. Let's see how this is. You know what I mean? So, and it just gets to a point where you just don't even say anything about it. Because, like,
I was just about to say, how do you handle that? Because your significant other is supposed to be your number one fan. And when you come, they're not as excited as you are.
Right.
Like,
It's just like, dang, well, okay, well, I just won't say nothing about it then.
Wow.
You know, and it is hard because, you know, when you, and that's another thing, you go through a point where like, you get auditions for like so many different things. And especially when an audition comes through for a project that you really, really want, you know, you're just so excited, even just for the opportunity. And then, you know, doing the audition is nerve-wracking because it's like, dang, I really hope I get this one. You know what I mean? Like, oh God, I hope I get this one. And so yeah, you want the person that your significant other to like champion you on and be happy for you. And you know, it's just you get that.
No. So you mentioned that big role. What has been the role you were most excited for, the opportunity to audition?
Mm-hmm.
If it's the same as the biggest opportunity you've gotten that
Mm-hmm.
you landed,
Mm-hmm.
what?
Coming to America too. I auditioned for the role of Mika. She was Eddie Murphy's daughter.
Okay.
And it's funny because I told my brother about it. I was like, guess what I got to audition for? He was like, what? I told him, I was like, it's for Coming to America too. And it's for the role of his daughter. My brother was like, okay, all right. He was like, good luck, baby girl. He was like, you know, you got this. And I was like, okay. Then my brother, he called me. He was like, yeah. So I know who got the role of Eddie Murphy's daughter. I was like, who? He's like, Eddie Murphy's actual daughter.
Okay, well, I mean, in that sense, you can't really be upset if you don't get it, because you know.
Yeah, it's quite a few roles that I've auditioned for that they've given to like bigger names.
Okay.
Oh, and it's hard because it's like sometimes I get an audition for someone, I'll be like, oh, and as crazy as this may sound, it's like wanting the job is almost like the kiss of death.
Mm-hmm.
And what I mean by that is because like rather than just following your instincts and going off how you feel when you're doing the scene, your nerves are kicking in. You just like, oh my God, it's like it's the energy is different.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm telling everything I've booked, I've either been like in a rush because I got something else. I'm on a time restraint, so I got to do this, and then I got to get here, and I got to do something else. So it's like I'm just trying to get this done right now and turn it in. It's never the auditions where I'm just like, dang, like I just, you know, I've done like, you know, 10 different takes because I just want to make sure it's perfect. You know what I mean? It's always the auditions where I just do it. I may do like 2 takes and like that's it. I'm done. Let's go.
And these are recorded or pre-recorded auditions. They're not in front of, you know, live casting. What is they call them? Casting agents?
Yeah. So what they do now is they do what they call self-tape auditions. And that's where they send you a piece of the script and you record yourself performing the scene and then you send it in to them. So those, when a lot of those, when I get those, I just do them and I'm like, I gotta do this so I can get to work. I gotta hurry up. I can't be late for work. And then before the pandemic though, you have to go into the office. And even with those, sometimes I would still be like, oh my God, I gotta hurry up and do this because I gotta go. Even with those, like it would still be kind of the same. And I tell you, with like network series and stuff like that, or even some films, they tend to call you. They what they call callbacks. They tend to call you for a callback at least about 3 or 4 times, or sometimes 2 or 3 or 3 or 4 times. And like the first time you get a callback is exciting because I'm like, yes, all right. And then like, you know, the second time they give you a callback, you're like, okay, this is a good thing. Like, all right. Mm-hmm. And you get a third callback. By the third time, I'm like, y'all gonna give me the job or what? I'm here trying to take off my job, trying to make lies to my boss, like, hey, yeah, I forgot something at the house. I gotta turn around. Oh, yeah, my dog died today. I'm sorry. Like, oh, dang, you know what? You be like, dang, my dog died again. Be like, yo, that's the third time your dog died, Shumerria. You know, like I got a great delirium. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I can't keep taking off my job. Y'all gonna give me the job or what?
Mm-hmm.
At that point, it's like when I'm at that point, that's when I always get the call that I got it. Always.
So after the multiple auditions,
Because I be over it. I be like, oh my God, like this is ridiculous. I'm tired of coming up in here.
What is the process like when you're in there? Like when you're auditioning live, is it like a one shot, you better nail it, or do they give you several attempts?
No,
Like if you're a ball of nerves, you know, like kind of when you have test anxiety and you're nervous, I'm sure you're nervous going into the audition. So do you just put your game face on and, you know, or hey, hold on a minute, can I do that one more time?
Yeah, you can, but see, that's the thing too. I didn't know when I first started auditioning. You can ask questions. Number one, if there's something you don't understand or you're not clear about, you can ask questions. It's okay. If you feel like you want to do another take, you can ask to do another take, and they'll give you another take. It's okay. If you need to take a moment or a few beats, use.
Jamora said, I'm picking up the ashes.
Okay.
Girl, I'm telling you, she dropping gems over here for anybody that's interested.
Right. Like it's okay. Like if you need a few seconds, like before you start filming, the casting director start records your audition, just ask, oh, can you give me a few beats before you start? It's okay. It's no mark against you. You know what I'm saying? It's not gonna make them be like, oh my God, I'm never gonna call her in again, or I'm never gonna call him in again. So it's okay. And once I finally understood that, I got so much better at auditioning.
Okay.
So much more comfortable in the room.
Okay. So what's the biggest role you've landed thus far?
The biggest Law and Order, I'll say, is for me is the biggest.
I saw you sitting on the couch across from Anthony Anderson. Right. Girl, go ahead.
That's the biggest I've gotten so far, and I was so excited. I'm just grateful for it, because when I first got out of film school, Law and Order was a show you wanted to get on. Like everybody wanted to get on Law and Order, because everybody who got on that show, they went on to do bigger things. So I was just like, oh my God, I'm just trying to get Law and Order. I'm trying to get Law and Order. And so when I heard about this reboot, I was like, oh God, that's so dope. And so my talent manager, I got a talent manager, she called me and she was like, hey, I got an audition for you. Check your email. And so when I looked at it, it was for Law and Order. Initially, I auditioned for, it was a character with a bigger role, but I didn't get that. So they called me back, and I'm sorry, by the way.
So Big Bad Bull says, yo, I am sorry. This sister is hilarious and talented. Y'all go subscribe to her TikTok, and while you at it, go subscribe to her YouTube and every other social media channel. So wait, before you finish the story, tell them how they can find you. Where are you at? What name are you under on the different social media platforms?
Right. So you can find me on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. I'm not on Twitter as much, but I'm also on TikTok under Shumerria. Yeah. And Facebook is Shumerria and the number 1. And then Instagram is just Shumerria.
All right, y'all. Look, y'all better get over there, head out. Make sure you go like, subscribe, and hit the bell for the notifications on her YouTube, because she's going to be posting some hot content on the YouTube too. If you ain't been over there already, go look over there right now.
Right, because I have a lot of I got a lot of clips from like the different projects that I've done up there, and also I'm start posting vlogs. So I'm gonna try and post my first one on Monday, as a matter of fact. So, and that's actually showing like behind the scenes footage that I took on a set of Law and Order.
Okay, so now you were in the middle of your story.
Yeah, so when I initially auditioned, it was for a bigger role, but I didn't get that. And what they did was they called me back for another role. And that's how you can tell when they really like you, because when they call you in for one thing and you don't get it, but they immediately call you for something else, that meant they like you.
Yeah, we gotta use her for
something. Right. Like nah, we're gonna go with somebody else for this, but we really like her, so we're gonna call her in for something else. So I was like, and that's how I know the game too now. I was like, I already know the industry. I was like, okay, that's a good thing. So I auditioned for that. And then maybe like a week later, like a couple days later, my manager calls me. She was like, hey, so they're putting your tape through to the producers. And I was like, oh, okay, that's good. So, and then like that next week, my manager called me. She was like, she was calling to confirm if I was available for the dates that they were shooting. I was like, yeah. So then she was like, all right. So she called me on a Wednesday. She was like, okay, so they just want to reconfirm the dates. So she called me on that Tuesday. She was like, they just want to reconfirm if you're available for the dates. I was like, yeah, okay. So then that Wednesday morning, she called me. She was like, hey, you got the job. So she was like, make sure you keep your phone on you. So, because you're going to be hearing from people from production. So I was like, okay. So that afternoon, maybe like around 12:30, I got a call from the people who are over like the COVID testing and stuff like that. They said I need to go and get a COVID test, and I had to go. I got a call from people from the wardrobe department. I had to go get fitted from a wardrobe, and then that Thursday we filmed. So
the day before.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, no, it was because we filmed on that Thursday, because that Thursday was my birthday, I remember. So all this happened on a Tuesday because we were off that. I didn't have to go in or do anything on that Wednesday, but that Thursday we had to film all that.
Wow.
So
Now you mentioned a talent manager, or was a talent agent, or are those two separate things? You got a manager and a talent agent, or
so
is that the same?
Yeah, those are two separate things.
Okay.
And that's another thing, nobody explains that to you.
How do you find them? How do you know, I should go with this person versus somebody else?
Well, the thing about that is it's a couple different ways to find representation. So you can do talent showcases. They have showcases where like you can do like a class, and then that you work on a scene or do like scene work or whatever for maybe like 4 weeks, and then like the last week they have agents and managers or talent representatives come in and they watch the performances. And if the agent or the representative is interested, they'll reach out to you. Like they have a list of everybody who's on the showcase and their contact information, so they'll contact you. Another way of finding representation is you can do they call a mass mailing. And that's where like you get a copy of your headshot and your resume, and you attach your resume to the back of the headshot, and you just mail out your headshot and resume to as many agents as you can, agents or managers as you can. And how you get their information is, I know here they have, it's a catalog called the Call Sheet. And it has a listing of every manager and every agent in the city. And it also has like a section for LA, and also has a section for Atlanta. So for those who are in Atlanta, I can't tell you exactly where you can find one. I'm pretty sure Barnes and Noble, because Barnes and Noble here carries some, but there's a place called the Drama Bookstore here in New York that carries them definitely. But you can also go to Barnes and Noble. Barnes and Noble may have some. And if you're in Atlanta or LA, I'm pretty sure like if you go to a Barnes or at least ask about it, and you can pick up one, and you have their contact information, reach out to them. If they have an email, send your information through email and just say, hey, my name is such and such. I'm trying to get into the acting field and I would love to work with you. And if they like your look, they'll contact you. If not, it is what it is. Just move on. Yeah.
Now you land your big role on Law and Order.
Mm-hmm.
And you say this is the show that everybody's trying to get on. So when you get on the show, do you feel like I made it now? I'm here. The place where everybody want to be, I got a role here.
Right.
Are you feeling yourself after that?
No.
No.
No. I'm gonna tell you why though. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm more than excited and more than grateful to have that as included in my body of work. But it doesn't go to my head, because I know and I understand the nature of the business at this point. it doesn't mean that I'm about to take off. Because just because you land a role doesn't mean you're about to take off. Now, granted, any role, could be your takeoff role, your breakout roles, they call it.
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't mean that my career is about to take off. Hopefully it does.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully it leads to the next big thing. That's the hope. But I've seen people who have booked roles, like, a major role in films, and like they still working at the retail store, they still doing this, still doing that, working the same job. Like, so it doesn't necessarily mean anything.
Wow.
So hopefully it does. And it's very humbling to have to go back to my day job. Be like, hey, superstar, hey.
But when you go back and you feeling like, I just got on Law and Order, you got a boss that's telling you to do something, like, I shouldn't have to deal with this. Like, I'm Shumerria Harris. I was just on Law and Order.
Right.
No, it's humbling.
It is. It's very humbling. It's very humbling. It's like, yep, you're such a superstar, but you're still here. Right. You're still right here with everybody else. Like, all right.
Doing the same job.
Same job.
Now, when you're on set, what is set life like?
Set life is pretty cool. Like, when you first get there, you tell them who you are, and so they sign you in, and then usually they give you what they call your call time, which is the specific time you're supposed to be there. And they have food trucks there, so like in the morning you can stop and get you something to eat. Like, you tell them what you want, and like, they give you your order, and they'll have someone from production show you where your trailer is. And
okay, so you don't have to pay for any of this. This is all provided by whatever production you're working on.
Mm-mm. The perks is awesome now. They're awesome. I would say they are, because, like, for instance, like the thing, they pay you for everything you have to do for the show. They pay you for it.
Okay.
Meaning, like, when I went and got my COVID test, they paid. Not only did they pay for the COVID test, they paid me to take the COVID test. That was an automatic.
Wow.
Yep, to take the COVID test. And then for my wardrobe fitting, they paid me for the fitting. And then, of course, I got paid for filming. But then afterwards, for Law and Order, they needed me to come back and do some voiceover work for the scene, because some things the audio they didn't pick up, and so all of 20 minutes, I said all of 20 minutes, they paid me for that. I got paid for that. So I was like, yeah. And then on top of all of that, every time they air that episode on TV, every time they air that episode streaming, every time, and then they have like platforms overseas where it airs. Every time they run it over there, I get a check for all of that. So the money's nice.
Royalty checks.
Oh yeah, the money's lovely. It's lovely.
Okay. So you're on set. They have these food trucks,
and then they
tow you to your trailer.
Yeah, and this is specifically if you book like a role with lines, like a principal role, or if you co-star, guest star, you get a trailer. So they take you to your trailer, and usually your wardrobe that you got fitted for is already there, waiting for you. You change into your wardrobe, and then they have your 1099 forms and all of your paperwork, your contract and everything there, so you can sign it. And then they have a rundown of what scenes they're shooting for the day. And then they also have like the call sheet, so like who all is going to be there, who all is filming that day, the actors, production, their contact information, what time all of them are supposed to be there, what time you're supposed to be to set, what time they're wrapping for the day, all of that. So
they're giving you the actors' contact information also.
Sometimes they do.
Or their agents. I thought that everybody, since y'all all superstars and stuff, that they have to contact your people to get to their people.
Well, I usually, because I gotta go back. I still got my call sheet. But I do know they have like all the actors for that day, their name, and like what time they're gonna be there, what scenes they're shooting, and like the wrap time, like what time they're wrapping, all that stuff, like what time they're going to lunch, all that. It's the production schedule.
Okay. Okay. So you're on scene with all the on set with all these heavyweights.
Mm-hmm.
Do y'all stay in your trailers? Are y'all having regular conversation and mingling with each other? Or is everybody in their own little spaces and y'all meet on where, in the area where you're filming?
Well, okay, so when you're in your trailer, you get ready. They have a certain time you'll get a knock on the door from someone from production, and they'll say, "Hey, we're ready to take you to set," and then like they'll take everybody to the actual shooting location where you be shooting,
Mhm.
and then when you get there, typically, yeah, like everybody will be, getting ready. Hair people from hair and makeup, they're there doing like what they call last looks, like powdering, your makeup, make sure you're not shining, all this other stuff. And then like, right, right. So like, I know Anthony Anderson, I think his name is it Ray Donovan? Jeffrey Donovan, that's his name, Jeffrey Donovan. They were there already, and I'm gonna tell you something. They are so silly. They are so silly.
Really?
Like, when me and my television husband came in, they had it like they must have had it planned already. They was gonna make us feel like we was in trouble or something, because they was looking at us with like the most serious face, like I was like, are we in trouble or something? I'm like, how you doing? And they was like, no, you're not in trouble. Oh, should you be in trouble? I was like, no. So I mean, they had this banter back and forth that they would play, and so it was just so funny. It was so funny. It's crazy because in the scene that I did, like, it was this whole reveal. I'd had to my husband, in that scene where I was contacting or doing something I wasn't supposed to be doing.
Mm-hmm.
So we haven't seen it, you know what I'm saying? And so it's funny because
y'all go watch it.
Right. So with Jeffrey Donovan and Anthony Anderson, when they were leaving, like during one of the takes, Anthony Anderson, the ad libs was like hilarious. Anthony Anderson was like, "Did you see that look he gave her? He gonna beat her ass when we leave out of here." I was like, "Yo, yo, the ad libs, because they be bantering like back and forth, and it is hilarious. It's hilarious." So, but like they were just really cool. And might I add, when we shot that, it was my birthday. And I was like, this has got to be like one of the best birthday gifts.
Yeah.
And so I asked for a picture with Anthony Anderson. And I was like, I'm sorry to bother you, but do you mind? Can I get a picture? He was like, really? I was like, please. I say, it's my birthday. Would you please? He was like, today your birthday? I was like, yeah. He was like, all right. And so when we wrapped the scene, he came up to me and he introduced himself again. He was like, may I have your name again? I say Shumerria. He was like, everybody, ladies and gentlemen, today is Shumerria's birthday. So we gonna say happy birthday to you.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, that's incredible story. Incredible story.
Yeah.
So how long are you guys on set?
It depends. It depends on the project. When we filmed Law and Order, my call time was 9:30 and we wrapped at 2. I wrapped around 2:00, so it wasn't even a whole day. When I did Show Me a Hero, my call time was like maybe like around 9 a.m. and then wrap maybe like around 7 p.m.
Ooh.
So we were there the whole day.
That's exhausting. That's longer than a work day or traditional work day.
Right. For Shades of Blue, and then the call times are different too. Because for Shades of Blue, I had to be there like maybe like 7. I think I want to say 7:30, and then like we wrapped maybe like around, I want to say like 4:30. So like there was like the whole day. Now I'll say this: they do feed you while you're there. So, you get breakfast and then they have lunch. And then like, if you run like later in the evening, they have dinner for you. So like, it's not like they have you there starving. And that's one of the stipulations of the union. Like they have to, if you're on set so many hours, like they have to feed you. They have to.
Okay. Now, what's the difference between union work and non-union work? Since you mentioned, this is a requirement of the union. If you're not a member of the union, They don't have to feed you or anything, or
They
what
don't have
happens?
no, they don't have to. They don't have to feed you. And also, like, for the most part, non-union roles, a lot of times, like, because they're not covered by the union, you don't get royalty checks. So they can take that, what they film of you, and they can use it forever and ever and ever in perpetuity if they want to. And there's nothing you can do about it. And they can use your picture, your likeness, whatever, and you don't get paid, and not an extra dime, not an extra red cent.
Wow.
The matter of fact, those reenactment shows that you see on Discovery ID, they're non-union. And it's a couple of shows I did like early on, and I'm talking about from like 4 or 5 years ago. They still running them. I don't get no check from that. I got paid to shoot that day, and that was it.
Wow. Now, I don't think we talked about this. How many years you've been working in the industry?
How many years? About 12 now.
12 years.
I came back like in 2010. So, well, let me preface it like this. And I'm telling my age, but I don't mind. I look good for my age. So, when I finished school, I initially finished film school. I stayed here in the city, and I was, pursuing my dream for a little while. And then my father, when he passed away, I took a break and moved back home for about 2 years. Just to be with my mom to make sure she was okay. Because I mean, it was unexpected, completely unexpected, and it was a shock for all of us. Yeah. So I moved back home for a little while, and then I came back. Like, once I knew my mom was okay, and I came up there, and I've been going at it ever since. So.
Yeah, like says, I know that's right. Yes, family first. Family first. You got to make sure your mom is okay. Right. And of course, our condolences on the loss of your dad, because I can relate. I know how that feels, and that's a tough time. So, hey, Elle Nixon, the voice of reason. How
don't cry.
You mentioned, look, Jedi might say a black don't cry. Yes, honey, you know it. You lose your father in the midst of, your acting career. Did you ever think about like quitting, or was it always did you always have the mindset, I'm going to make sure my mom is okay, and then I'm going to go right back at it?
Yeah, I definitely said I wanted to make sure my mom was okay first, if anything, because you know how your parents do. They try to make it seem like they're okay and they're all right when things aren't. And so, like, my mom, for a while, because my father had passed in December, it was like literally right after Christmas. And so I came and it just so happened me and my brother were home, of course, because of the holidays, like when it happened. So we got a chance to see him, before he passed away. But then, I came back to New York, and I was here, not even like, maybe like a month or so. And like, I could kind of tell she wasn't herself. And then what really did it was my birthday's in March, and she forgot my birthday. Like, she completely forgot.
Wow.
She forgot. Like, I was waiting on a call. Usually, like, my mom is one of the first people to call me on my birthday, and I didn't hear from her from that morning. I was like, well, maybe, it's still early, so maybe she'll call me a little bit later. And it got to maybe like around 10:30 that night. I still hadn't heard from my mom, and I called her. And so I was like, hey, Mom. She was like, hey, Shumerria. I was like, yeah, you doing all right? She said, yeah, I'm good. I'm all right. How you doing? I said, I'm all right. I said, you remember what today is? She was like, what today is? She's like, what's today? I was like, it's my birthday, Mom. She was like, oh my God, Shumerria, it is. And I was like, wow. And she felt bad. But then I felt bad because I really knew. I was like, yeah, nah, she's not okay. Yeah.
And you go home for 2 years.
Yeah. And I was like, and just for those 2 years, for a minute, I was just kind of lost because I felt like, what now? And I was just like, really, like, and I literally, like, a couple months before, I just finished at the film school. I finished that in that May, and I decided I was moving up here. So like that July, I came back up here, and I was here, and I was doing all right. And then I went home in December for Christmas, and long story short, what happened to my father was he had a massive heart attack, and that's what took him out. And that's what I was saying. It was he wasn't sick or anything. He just literally he was just gone. And so I stayed back home for another week or two after his passing, and then I came back to New York, and then I was like, you know what, it's time. I need to go home for a little while. And I was just like so like lost because I was like really like why?
Mm-hmm. Were you a daddy's girl?
Right, because I was a daddy's girl, like a daddy's girl. I'm the baby and I'm the only girl. So like, yeah.
We have a lot in common.
Okay.
I too am the baby girl.
Oh, really?
I too, yes. And there is just me and one brother.
Right, yeah.
He's older. And I was a daddy's girl. And losing your father is, my dad died of a heart attack also.
Wow, yeah.
At 51 years old.
Right. My dad was 53.
It takes you by surprise. You just, when you're thinking, they're not old, they're pretty young.
Right.
You've got plenty of years.
Yep.
And then out of nowhere, you just get this gut shot. It's like you say, what now?
Right. And it's funny because I never thought of my life in a certain way until that happened, because I, for the first time, realized how young I really was. Because all I could think about is like all the things in my life that I hadn't done, I hadn't experienced, and that he would not be there for. Because up to that point, he's seen me finish high school. He's seen me go to prom. He's seen me finish college, like all this stuff. But it's a lot of things, a lot more of life that I have to go through. If I get married, like he's not going to be there to escort me down the aisle. You see what I'm saying? Like he's not going to be there. If I have grandkids, he's not going to be there. He'll never know them. You see what I'm saying? Like those are the kind of things that I thought about and that like really, really affected me.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I think too, I just like when I look at how everything happened, the fact that my brother and I were home at the, in Montgomery, because my brother wasn't living in Montgomery at the time in my hometown, but we were both home for the holidays, and we got a chance to really get together and like spend the holidays together. And when it happened, it's like at least we got a chance to see him again.
Yeah.
All right, creative. Yes, ma'am.
It's weird how things happen. Like you said, you guys were home for the holidays, and you had that moment, before his unfortunate passing, and that's invaluable. Those memories of the holiday previous, that holiday that preceded his death.
Yeah, and that's one thing I can say. I'm grateful. At least I got a chance to see him before he left.
Oh, we got Mandrell in the building.
I'm the one who walk you down.
I'm the one who will walk you down.
Oh, he made a comment now.
He just gonna tell you what's gonna happen.
Oh Lord.
So in a few minutes we're gonna drop the link so that the chat can call in and join the show and ask any questions that I may have forgotten. But before we get to that, so now you were a daddy's girl. You grew up with your parents, being married until death did them part.
Yep.
How does that impact your dating life? Like, I found that if you grew up in the household with the father, when you're dating men, if, I've heard stories about your dad through Mandrell, and he sounds like he was a wonderful man. When you have a father who is a positive, role model in your life, and he's doing what dads do.
Right. Yeah.
Do you find that it makes you, I don't want to say rigid, but a little less tolerant when you're dating? You know,
It
let's say our
definitely
dad
does
is
now.
our first boyfriend, and they set the tone for the treatment that we'll accept from men
Right.
or
Yeah.
expect from men.
Right.
Do you feel that?
Yeah. Yeah. Especially now, honey. I don't cut it dude off too quick. Like, and I know for dudes in the chat, they don't like the way that sound. But if it's like, I mean, the older you get now, like you when you know more what you're looking for,
Mm-hmm.
and you know, you can tell early on. Now now I'm in a space where I don't allow things to drag on longer than they should.
Mm-hmm.
And because there were a lot of moves I made younger, just being naive. But like, you know, as an adult now, I'm a grown woman, honey. I got it down now. I know. I can tell. All right. Oh, really? Oh, okay. You know, this has really been nice.
Uh-huh.
Nice meeting you. I'll talk to you somewhere again down the line at the university. So, you know what I mean? I'm quick to cut it off. I'm like, oh, yeah, I'm good.
Do you have the thoughts when you're with somebody new, like when you're going through your screening process, like, okay, I think my dad would like him, or nah, my dad wouldn't like him? Do you ever think about things like that?
Sometimes. I also have a filter. I got my drill.
Lord Jesus, God help you. We're gonna pray for you, girl, because Mandrell is a whole character. And I know ain't nobody gonna be good enough for his baby sister. I ain't even gotta be there to see it. No, I don't like him. No, he's not good for you. I mean, he don't play no games about nothing
at all. And so,
now,
like, yeah.
Now that we're talking about Mandrell,
mm-hmm.
do you take the guys you're dating to meet your brother?
I do.
Really?
Yeah.
That's got to be scary. That's got to be scary.
Yeah. Well, we have a briefing first. All right. First of all, nice. Okay. Do not try and pull off this like intimidation thing. Like, hey, listen. Like, you know, I'm her big brother and I don't play. That's okay.
Right. I'm bringing somebody home. Now, don't attack him. Because I like him.
Right. I was like, be nice. That's the first thing I said, be nice. So, yeah.
Oh, how important is it that they get along?
Oh, it's very important that, you know, my brother and my significant other get along. You know, I want them because my brother's a big part of my life. Like, we really do talk, if not every day, just about every day.
Mm-hmm.
And so, and I talk to him about everything. So, and, you know, he talks to me about the same. And one thing I can say I respect about my brother is he doesn't lie to me. Like, he really does tell me the truth, even if it's something that he knows I don't want to hear. Mm-hmm. But I do appreciate it because I can make a more sound and accurate choice moving forward because I know the truth.
UFO Kamikaze one. Yes, that's cool. That is cool. Yeah. So how is it, you know, you're living life in Alabama and, you know, you're away from your family. Mm-hmm. How do you handle that? Like, are you visiting often or?
I visit quite often. Last year, it was kind of hard because I usually visit once or twice a year. And when I first moved up here, I was trying to get home as much as I could. But now it's like, you know, I feel like I guess I'm more in a comfortable spot. So I don't feel like I have to be home as much. And so, but I mean, I do still enjoy being home. I know that, you know, my hometown isn't for me, like where I should be, only because like it's just, it didn't offer what I need. But at the same time, I still will always love and appreciate being home because it's home. You know, my family's there. Like I grew up there. It's just, you know, and then the environment is different. Like the culture is like much more warm. Or like much nicer. So yeah, I always enjoy it.
Now, pandemic, when travel was restricted and we were quarantined,
Mhm.
and you're in New York, you're away from your family,
Mhm.
there's so much uncertainty in the world.
Right.
How did you handle that?
I wasn't scared. I wasn't scared. I say that I knew I was gonna be okay because certain things, especially like when it comes to like tissue and soap and all that stuff, I get in bulk. So I wasn't low on any of that. But it was a little bit uncomfortable and alarming because like when you go to the grocery stores, like you see shelves that are completely empty. And so it's just like, dang. And then it was a point where like with our governor at the time and freaking what you call the president, he was like Donald Trump, they were like going back and forth, and I was like, oh Lord, please don't do this. So it was a bit scary, and we had so many riots breaking out because the whole thing with George Floyd, and like it was so many different protests going on here, and it with the protests that got out of hand because you had initially where people were marching and then they started rioting. And then as a matter of fact, I got a documentary I'm working on, and I'm putting some of that in there, and I've got footage of where like what the city looked like because it was boarded up like all downtown and like Macy's and all of that it was boarded up because like people were actually like breaking the windows and going in there and looting. And so in New York City looked like a war zone, ain't gonna lie, it did. And that was scary. And you had, I'm talking about people who were on foot rioting, protesting, and you had like this whole bike gang they was protesting. You had like these different people, they was doing so many different things. I was like, what is this? What is going on? They protesting? What is this? And so it was crazy, but at the same time, I was able to like go out and go to the park and stuff like that. And we were allowed to go to the parks and, just to be able to get out of the house. And it's another footage I want people to see, because if you weren't in New York City, I don't think you ever got a chance to experience it. At 7 p.m. every day, what they started doing was everybody started like they would roll up their windows, and if people were in cars, they would like start clapping or like making noise for the essential workers.
Wow, that's neat.
Yeah, yeah. It was really dope. Like, and
That's
it was
cool.
funny because I could always tell like when it was 7 o'clock when I hear that clapping and like people like banging on pans and stuff like that. I was like, but it was dope. It was dope.
Now, what did the pandemic do to the acting community?
Well, it put everything on pause for a while. It did. And then when they came out with the vaccine, it was this big battle with the vaccine because you had people who wanted to be who didn't want to be vaccinated. And then you had the actors union and who were trying to push people to get vaccinated. And then you have in the industry, like with the productions now, and all the ones who are with the union, they are requiring you to be fully vaccinated, like which means you can't just have one dose. You have to have both.
All of the doses
Yeah,
and
yeah.
boosters. Wow.
And even with New York City, because initially, like when all this stuff like started happening when they first came out with the vaccine, and you had some people who wanted to be vaccinated, some people who didn't. The mayor, Bill de Blasio, at the time, he signed an order to where like you had to have at least one dose of the vaccine if you wanted to participate in any kind of recreational activity. If you wanted to go to gyms, if you wanted to eat indoors in restaurants, if you wanted to like go to certain places, you had to have at least one dose of vaccination. So, and that was crazy too.
Unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
So, future,
Mm-hmm.
what are immediate goals?
My immediate goals for the future. Right now, I'm trying to land a position like in post production. It's for my day job because I was like, if I'm gonna work a day job, I really wanted to be in some area of the industry. And I'm really good at editing, and I know how to use a lot of the programs and the software that they use in the industry. So I'm like, why not? I really enjoy it. Either that or associate producer.
Okay.
Because I also have a show. It's called Actors Life. It's Pound Actors Life, hashtag Actors Life. It airs here in Manhattan and in Brooklyn. And I do interviews with other, not only actors, but professionals in the industry to talk about the parts that people don't understand. And also I do interviews with people who they may not be A-list celebrities, but you know them, you know, they're recognizable. And I have 2 interviews in each episode, and I do a interview with a couple of actor friends that I know who they're not household names, but they work, you know what I mean? So, and we give perspectives on different aspects of the industry. Also, that stuff that they don't teach you in film school.
Okay.
Stuff they don't teach you.
Do you have any projects coming up?
Yeah. So, like I said, on my YouTube.
Y'all here.
Yeah, my YouTube. Check me out. You know what I mean? YouTube, Shumerria, Shumerria. I'm just gonna start putting out my vlogs where I'm just, you know, putting out different aspects of my life as an actor. Also, I'm putting together a documentary. It was going to be a series, but like I'm putting it into a feature film now. I'm going to be releasing that on Amazon. You can also check out my series, hashtag Actors Life. It has a YouTube page on just type in Pound Actors Life, and you will see like my interviews with different actors and just giving like different actor tips and stuff like that. So it's pretty dope.
That's dope. So we're going to drop the link.
All right.
And we're going to allow the chat to cam up if they are able to. If we know you, you know, and you ain't looking cute or handsome or whatever tonight, then, you know, you can put your avatar up, but we want to see y'all smiling faces.
Hey.
And y'all get to come in and join the show and ask some questions and
join us,
you know, right? And we already know who gonna be in. Yo,
right.
One fan,
of course.
Yes, he will be in. Yeah, I was so excited about this because I love to see Black and brown and people of color on the move. And the minute I met you, and I'm like, she just got a dope spirit, a dope vibe about her. And to see, you know, your story, see your work, and you know, you still humble, and you know, you're cute, and you know, I'm like, okay, look, here you go. We already know he was gonna be the first one.
Oh Lord.
Yes. To see, you know, a sister on the move and doing things, and to hear about your upcoming projects and the stuff that you're working on now, I think is so awesome. So kudos to you, and we hope you get all of the success and then some that you desire, you know. Yeah. Don't forget about us little people when you got your star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, you know.
Oh, yeah.
So we gotta
don't pay attention to them. You're gonna see what she's gonna do, Genesis. She's gonna do the right thing with all of her money and give it to me. That's what she's gonna do.
So I guess we have to welcome the big brother, Mandrell, to the show.
Hey,
how you doing, Mandrell?
I am well.
Well, we're glad to hear that.
Glad to see you here. Glad I like the interview. I'm glad to see you two chopping it up.
Yeah,
it's weird.
Why is it weird?
It's you, Genesis.
It's
you talking to my sister. Yeah. And then when you started talking about how the things you guys have in common, I didn't know that about you, and I was like,
yeah,
stop it. You know, I was like,
truth.
You can't have anything in common. You are not allowed to have anything in common with Genesis.
Oh Lord.
You're not allowed.
I don't know if I should feel offended right now.
You have to be completely different from her. No, nothing offensive. No, nothing offensive.
Jenny Morena said, "You look rested, Mandrell."
I do. I am. I took a nap today.
That's good because you know you be in these YouTube streets.
What? What? Trying to promote? I didn't know YouTube was going to be this much work. I really didn't. I underestimated
it. Hard grind.
Right.
Yeah, I underestimated it. I really did.
Ooh, yeah, Miss Creative, shots fire. I know, right?
There ain't no shots fired. Miss Creative is messy. Let me tell you about Miss Creative. Miss Creative.
She's messy. Oh my God.
Okay, Miss Creative is
he firing shots at you now, Miss Creative.
No, I'm not. Genesis, don't you start. Miss Creative is a troll. She loves messing with me. She picks at me all the time. She does. Miss Creative picks at me all the time. I find it hilarious. I even asked her out on a date, Shumerria. You know what she said? Yeah. She said no.
What?
She has a right to say no.
She has a right, but that doesn't make it any better. Okay.
Oh,
so
Lord.
It is your duty now to get revenge.
Me?
Yeah, for my broken heart. For my broken heart.
Lord.
Now you see him laughing. You laughing.
I'm trolling. I don't troll
with a straight face.
Okay.
I am she said, I'm not messy. I am the number one troll. Yeah, exactly. Miss Creative is a troll, okay? And she's hilarious. But Miss Creative is a lot of fun, though. Yeah. I think the little back and forth she and I have with each other is fun.
Robbie said, no, she's not.
Right.
She's good.
Who's good?
Right.
Miss Creative. She's saying Miss Creative is good.
How do you ask someone else that you've never seen before? Easy. Miss Creative. Would you like to go to dinner next weekend?
Oh Lord.
I mean, I'm assuming that is a picture of you there, is it not? If that's the case, then I've seen you before. Now, if you're a catfish and that's not a picture of you, then that would make you a liar. And I don't date people who lie like that. That's ridiculous. Lord. I don't do that.
So now, speaking of dating, Shumerria was telling us that she had to have you back off from not intimidating the date. Right. What is that about? Like, what would be, if you had to choose, what would be the ideal guy that you would choose for your sister?
Good question.
Okay. I do have a guy in mind that I would introduce her to.
Would it be somebody that she would like?
I think so. Yeah. I actually think so. I mean, not that matters, because I like him and that's all that matters. So she would take what I give her. And she's gonna marry.
What would that be? What would that be? Who would you choose for her?
First of all, he has to be a man of virtue, not virtue, but a man of principle. He has to have very good morals, you know what I'm saying, and ethics. And I have to be convinced of this, you know. And she likes a guy who's handsome. All right, that's cool. I don't want any ugly nieces and nephews. So yeah, I mean, look at us. We don't have ugly people in our family. So if he's coming in with messed up genes, no, thank you. Toss him back in the pond. Yeah. look at Jenny. Look at Jenny Brain.
Oh Lord.
No, but
made some decent choices for men that she was dating, even if it didn't work out. Sometimes you'll date somebody and they're a good person. They're just
then
not
later
right.
on, and then later on, the weird stuff starts happening, and that person turns into a total jerk where they weren't before. Yeah, I've seen that.
It's not always that. It's not always that. Sometimes you realize that you're on different paths, or you're on different things.
There was a guy. Yeah, there's a guy that she dated like that, but this guy, I don't know what happened to him. Like I thought this guy was going to be okay. You know what I mean? I never expected him to be some superstar or anything like that, but I was like, hey, he'll be all right. There's things about him I didn't like, but I mean, as long as he doesn't go, pass a foul at her, then I'm fine. Or get her in a situation. Because look, I'm like this. Look, if you're I don't care if you're married to my sister, if you put her in a situation where she has to live in substandard living or something, no, I'm coming to pick her up.
Oh, Jesus.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And he can't come. Get your shit together. Then come get your wife. Until then, I'm going to go back to doing my job. It's supposed to be yours, but no, fuck that. Go get your shit. Go be a man.
But
get
you
your
gotta
shit
make
together.
sure she's okay with that. How you just gonna swoop in and snatch her up from her husband?
Right.
If he's not getting the listen,
love, like this
he,
is my boo. We gonna be together. Things is hard right
got
now.
it, got
I'm
it.
sit by his side till
Cool.
he got it together.
All that sounds good. Now go pack your shit. You're not about to live in some roach motel. You're not going to sit here and live in some.
Do a reveal 5 years later.
Look, you know, listen. I'm not going to have my sister living in some $60 a week roach motel over some dude who can't get his act together. No, thank you.
I don't quite see her in a $60 a week.
I don't see it either, and I'm going to make sure that she doesn't. Genesis, I'm going to make sure that she doesn't.
We're 6 years apart.
Jenny Morena said 6 years apart.
Yeah, we're 6 years apart. But she's met some guys, you know. She's dated a guy who, like, their lives are just going in two completely different directions. That you know, she's very motivated, right? And she's a very self-motivated person, you know. And but she's not one of those people who, like, she has her goals, but she's not unwilling to follow her husband, you know what I'm saying, or be underneath her husband's covering, stuff like that. You know, like guys like in these spaces like to call, there has to be a certain level of submissiveness. She knows and understands that, but she's like, okay, you see what I'm doing with the acting thing, and let's say it kicks off, right? And the husband gets jealous or whatever. She's gonna be like, yeah, but do you know how much sense it makes for me to keep doing this? How much money I'm bringing into the house? Right. Yeah. Like it would be stupid for me to stop. What? She'll follow his lead, but she's not gonna not ask questions. If it don't make sense, she can like, wait, hold up now, listen, bruh. Look how much more money we got because I'm bringing this in. Why would you want me to stop that? That's stupid. All right. You know what I'm saying? I mean, so you can't be a guy who's just stubborn and no, you're gonna do what I say, how I say. Or see, yeah, Shumerria is an absolute sweetheart, but you come with that nonsense, now you're gonna have a problem. Wait, I'm supposed to do what you say? Right. Nigga, please.
Yeah. You know? Yeah, and I told Madrell about this. I was like, cause I just want to make sure I wasn't tripping. Because I go to Madrell, I tell him like, I just want to make sure I'm not tripping. And he made a statement to me. He was like, "That's your problem. You hard-headed. You don't listen." I said, "Hard-headed. Hard-headed is a term used for children who are disobedient."
Who said? Wait, who are you talking to when you said that?
Larry.
That moron.
Nicknames for all my
I got nicknames for all of them, Genesis.
He come on with nicknames for all of them. He what I date. What's his name? Oh, okay. And then that's another thing I had to brief him on. Remember, this is his real name, okay? Do not call him by that, all right? Okay. Like, his name is, do not call him by that.
Yeah, Lurie. Yeah, that one. I told. That's why I think she comes to me because I do sniff out these guys pretty quick. Like that guy, I was like, yeah, this ain't gonna work, baby girl. I mean, if you like him, cool. But he's a toy. Right. Play with him for a while and throw him in, and then send him back to the store. Okay, that's a catch and release fish. That's not a big bass.
Or fish, yes.
Yeah, that's not a big bass that you catch and keep. No, you toss that one back in the river when you're done with it. It was like, really? I was like, yeah. How do you know? I'm like, you'll see. You're not gonna put up with that from boy. Because I was like, I know you. You're not gonna put up with that. Right. I know her. You know. I mean, and I'm glad she's the person that she is. That she's not gonna. Yes, she can. She is a submissive. She will be a submissive woman, but she's not an idiot, and she's not gonna let you take advantage of her. Right. And you know, we come from the family that we do, so she has our support. At any given time she wants, she can always come home. Right. You know what I'm saying?
How did you feel about when she said that she was moving to New York City?
I was fine with it.
Really?
Yeah, go get it. Why would you want to stick around here? This is for retired people. I mean, you know, it ain't for the young.
So you were supportive from day one.
I don't know if you asked her this, but I mean, let her tell you yourself.
She said that you were supportive. I just, sometimes, there's some you may have thoughts that you didn't express because you didn't want to discourage her, or
No, yeah.
or you didn't want to feel like you were being the overprotective big brother.
Well, I mean, I was always concerned with her safety. New York can be a damn dangerous place at times. You know what I mean? Just depends. I just want her to be safe. That's it. Other than that,
Do you worry?
Sometimes, yeah. I mean, New York is a city for me, not her. But I'm crazy, so
it's the city for her as well. Because
but I'm crazy.
She's been rocking it out and doing her thing for all these years.
Oh Lord!
Look at Miss Creative rolling her eyes.
Miss Creative, know you crazy. Everybody knows you crazy.
Listen, Shumerria, I'm trying to get you a sister-in-law, but she won't cooperate.
Oh Lord!
She won't even give it a shot. Messed up.
Oh, you know what? Maybe that's for another. What's the difference between cooperating and submission?
Submission is this. Submission is just the guy has the final say. Like the two of you sit down and you talk the thing, whatever the issue is, you talk it out. You giving me your ideas, I'm giving you my ideas, and we're like, okay, which one fits best? Which one makes more sense? Okay, this idea here makes more sense, no matter whose idea it is. You can't not pick her idea because it's not your idea. That's dumb. That's not a leader. That's a moron. Okay. So if she's coming up with good ideas, left, right, and center, cool. That's the thing she's good at. Okay. That's the half of the marriage that's really good at strategy. That doesn't make you less of a man. And it doesn't mean that you're not head of household. It's just like the fact that you recognize that she's good at this and you're using her strategies. You say, okay, your idea, that's what we're going with. Now, that's all it is. He made the final decision and said, okay, we're going to go in this direction. You know what I'm saying? Because let's say Genesis and I are married and we have two completely different ideas on how to handle a situation. Somebody has to be the tiebreaker.
Okay.
Someone has to make that final decision.
That's being submissive. What's cooperation in?
When he makes that decision, you go with it. You go with it full head of steam, just like he does. That's all it is. Now, these guys in this red pill community, I don't know what in the world they're talking about or where they got this crazy stuff they're talking from. If they talk, I mean, I don't know where they got that from.
I'm like, about any of these pills and all this stuff they're talking about is foolishness. Foolishness. I tell you.
Okay. I just because somebody said. But anyway, Miss Shushu, I said
Miss Creative said, Shushu, how do you like living in NYC?
I love it. I love that she lives there. I get to go there more often now.
Asking her.
But I'm here now.
Take over spirit.
Oh, right. I do enjoy living in NYC. I love the diversity. I love just the different cultures here. I've learned so much about people. I learned so much about myself. I learned so much about life since I've been here. New York has some of the most beautiful architecture like in the world. And it's always something to do, always somewhere to go. And it's something for, everybody, no matter what your financial level is, especially in the summer, when the summertime comes, they have all kind of free events. They have this whole summer concert series and it's completely free for people to come. It's like, it's incredible. Like, any and every, like anything you want to see is here. Anything you want to do is here. And so New York is dope. I love it. I love it.
Wow. So we didn't ask. Miss Creative said, I don't know anything about those pills or cartoons either. I know that's right.
Here's the thing, Genesis. Now she did.
Snuggle 668.
She did date a guy that over time I really didn't, because when she meets a guy first, I mean, I can't really formulate an opinion really unless she tells me something that that are red flags that I see. You know what I'm saying? But she did date this one guy. It got to the point I didn't like him. I don't even remember if I told you or not, but that the one that was,
I know
you were getting the roles and then he wasn't, and he started getting jealous. I said, he's getting jealous. She said, you think so? Yeah, he's jealous. Like she would come home, she'd come home to visit. She'd ask him. He'd be like, nah, I got. He come up with some flimsy excuse, and then I'm like, Really?
Yeah.
Really? Really? That's your excuse? And then he finally comes here and he's in his phone all the whole time. I'm like, what's wrong with this dude? I'm trying to start up conversation.
I mean, maybe he was intimidated or nervous. I mean, Mandrell.
That dude was arrogant.
I can't see you being that warm and fuzzy when the dude who's dating your sister comes to visit.
I'm a goofball. All I do is laugh and tell jokes. So that's all I do is laugh and tell jokes.
He does behave. He behaves. He does.
I mean, yeah, I treated him nice when he was here because she told me to.
Right.
But I mean, I knew that wasn't gonna work. I'm like, he's an asshole.
Right.
He was just a dick. I mean, that wasn't gonna work. Yeah. I wasn't worried about it because I was like, well, sooner or later she'll accept the fact. Either he's gonna royally mess up. One, he's gonna royally mess up, or two, she's gonna get tired of it and leave.
Right.
And I was right again. One of those things happened. One of those things happened.
Yeah. So I didn't ask this question during the conversation. What do you do in your spare time? So when you're not working the traditional job, you're not out auditioning for acting gigs, what do you do in NYC?
Sleep.
Are you a homebody or are you out on the town? You know, the socialite.
I wouldn't say a socialite, but I do try and get out and enjoy like the things that New York City has to offer, like that New York City has to offer. It's like, I've worked in Times Square like for a long time. So and I mean, I still enjoy the allure of it because I can still see why people love it so much. And I've seen Times Square like when all the tourists are gone. Because when I worked overnight, I worked in Times Square. So like, I would leave when I walk out on my break or something like that. It's like, it's not very many people out there. And it was just like to see the billboards. It's absolutely beautiful. You see the lights, like, from the windows on the inside, it looked like it's still daylight outside, but it's, you look up at the sky, it's pitch black. And pretty much like what I do is, we have like Battery Park here. It's a place called Battery Park. And like it is a beautiful place to go and watch the sunset. So like especially that's why I'm so excited it's starting to get warm outside again because I can go watch the sunset. It's absolutely beautiful. And I edit a lot. I have a lot of content and stuff like that a lot of footage that I'm trying to get.
Did you tell her about how you try to keep me caged up whenever I come up there? She doesn't want to go see. She never wants to go out on the town when I come out there. She has to keep me inside.
No,
because she don't want me to get into
any go out and like he talking about he wanted to leave out at like 1:30 in the morning. Like, where I'm going? Where we going?
Listen, when I was surprised when you were like Times Square when you going and it's empty because I was. Let me see. I was in New York in July of pandemic was 2020. So
July of 83.
July of 2019. And when I tell you we took a nap, we we're hungry, so okay, we're looking for something to eat. We go to Times Square and I guarantee it was at least 2 a.m. There was still people out on the streets. I'm like, do these people go to bed around here? I mean, we're expecting like to find a 24-hour something, get something to eat, and go back to our hotel.
Everything is 24 hours.
And they still bustling. The Times Square still bustling with people, little kids out there. It's like, well, when do these people go to bed?
They don't. It's a city that never sleeps, literally.
They usually don't clear out till maybe like around, I say like 4:30, 5 o'clock or something like that.
And they're right back out there at 6.
So yeah.
And they're right back out there at 6, Jennifer.
Yeah.
Wow.
And, and it gets a little desolate after that. But yeah, they be out there. And then like I said, it's I've seen so many things I can only see here in New York. From the people, like the culture, like different kind of foods. And I will say this, nothing ever ceases to amaze me. The city just never ceases to amaze me. And what I mean by that is I'm always seeing something that tops the next. This is insane. And it's funny because when I worked at night, when I work overnight, I got off at like 8 in the morning, and it was just always the most random stuff. I would come out, or I'd be on my way to the train and be the most random stuff going on. In the middle of Times Square, it's like they had these steps, like the risers there, like the big red steps. Came out there one morning, and like on the backside of the steps, it's like a ledge there, like a platform. Some dude is out there, no lie, butt booty naked, pacing back and forth. Bro, what are you doing?
Talking trash. Listen,
what are you doing?
Genesis.
I was like, he can't be serious about committing suicide, committing the S word, because clearly he wasn't high enough.
Self-deletion.
Right.
Genesis.
What are you doing? What are you doing, sir?
She says she takes a picture. Check it out. This one takes a picture of it and sends it to me, right? And so I look at it and I'm like, "What's this?" She was like, "This guy's there about to delete himself." I was like, "Why is he naked?" And so, like those are the questions. She was like, "Really? That's your question?" I said, "Yeah. Well, why would you not expect me to say, like, that's a good question. Why is the guy? I get it. He was off himself. Cool.
Jenny Morena said he was airing out his grievances.
Why was he naked though, Jenny?
Oh yeah, he was doing that.
He
was airing out.
But Jenny, why was he naked? That's what I want to know. Why you got to take your clothes off for that?
I knew you was in New York when you said, "Have I ever been in Manhattan past 200th Street?" That's Dykeman area up there, Inwood. Matter of fact, that's Inwood. It ain't Washington Heights, it's Inwood. So that means you know Manhattan.
He knows Manhattan.
Do you visit uptown Manhattan past 200th Street? Matter of fact, when I first moved up here, some of my relatives lived up that way, and I lived on Dykeman Street. And the building that they lived in was on the corner, and it was Dykeman and Broadway. And so the one train ran outside of that building. And so in the room I was in was literally like the train, and the trains run all 24 hours. So the train ran all day, all night outside that room window, like all day, all day. I just hit a train.
And some of the subway stations smell like piss. You know,
a lot of them.
Right. So yeah, here's the thing. And here's what gets me though.
What's your thoughts?
Shumerria's out there,
about Flatbush Avenue.
Here's the thing.
I lived out that way too.
Yeah, she lived out that way too. Once upon a time. Now,
yeah.
Shumerria goes to the subway, right? This guy sleep in the subway. Okay, Genesis. And so she takes a picture from a distance. This guy's laid out flat on the ground. No cardboard on him, just on the concrete, just knocked out.
You know what?
And so she gets closer.
I saw that near Times Square. Like they not, like you said, not on the cardboard. They just sleep on the concrete.
On the concrete. They just sleep on the
like in the middle, like not in the middle of the sidewalk, but like up against the building.
No, but this guy was like, but Genesis, this guy was out in the open. This guy was out in the open, sleep, right? So Shumerria takes like 2 pictures of him. She takes one from a distance, and then she gets closer and takes one. I was like, and this guy, I'm like, what is with you New Yorkers and you taking your clothes off in public like this? Like this guy's pants were down past his behind, like down almost to his knees, like halfway down his thigh. And I'm like, why did he take his pants down to go to sleep?
I was like,
so that means his unit is touching the ground too. And they have rats the size of cats in that city. You know what I'm saying? Like their rats as big as my cat. So I'm like, yo, what is it? And here's a guy on a subway sleep. Another totally different dude. He sleep. You know, this guy's laying there, and his nuts are hanging out of his pants.
Yeah,
just hanging out of his pants. Nothing else, just his balls hanging out of his pants. He's on the subway sleep with his head laid back in the whole 9.
Right.
So, did y'all see the picture, meme, whatever that was floating around on social media of the dude who made the hammock on the subway? Dude made the hammock. The poles that you hang on to.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
And was asleep on the subway, and you can see the passengers with their phones out taking pictures of him. I'm like, they didn't say where it was. I'm like, that's New York. That's
it
New
is.
York.
Yeah, you can tell.
That's the only
Only
place where that's
place.
gonna happen.
Yeah, New York is. You see, New York. See, you've been there, so you know New York is crazy. I love it because it's crazy. I love the insanity of it all, and it's all random. Like it's the most random things at the most random times. It just pop up and happen, left, right, and center. There's nothing like it.
Snuggles said, what's your thoughts about Flatbush? Snuggles, I like Flatbush. Flatbush is cool. You know what I'm saying? I love me some good jerk chicken, some good roti. You know what I'm saying? Especially Labor Day weekend. You know, they had the parade going, and it's like it's so dope. And a matter of fact, I lived on was a Kings Highway in Flatbush for at least about a year one time. And it was cool. It was a bit of a journey trying to get back there into the city back and forth, but it was cool, you know.
Okay. So Miss Creative said, "How is the dating scene in NYC?"
Yes.
So it's some zaddies out there. Zaddy.
Well, I can tell you, the dating scene is fleeting, very swift in New York City.
How you know? We asking Shoo. You ain't there.
I can tell you because she tells me. Okay, and you need to know
right now.
You don't ask her. All the personal questions are over. All questions will be given to me, and they'll be filtered through me from henceforth.
You don't know nothing about the zaddies now.
No, I don't. I don't know nothing about the zaddies.
Madrell was like, listen, you gonna fumble the bag. Don't fumble the bag. Listen. He told me because this dude, he was a nice dude, had a lot going for him. He was like really, really cool, really sweet. That just it didn't work out because he just had like way too much going on. Like
Higgins.
Like yes, Higgins. And that's not his real name, by the way. That's the name Madrell gave him. I told you he got a nickname.
Okay.
Right. I talked to. Oh, hey, Black man,
yeah, I nickname all her boyfriends. I nickname them.
He was like Higgins. I was like, oh Lord, but yeah, he was pretty cool. But to answer your question, the Miss Creative, there's a how do I want to say it? There is a sea of men out here to choose from, you know, and I don't know, you just got to choose wisely though. So I'm still looking, still selecting, but I'm getting better. I'll say I'm getting better because number one, I'm not picking actors anymore.
Yeah, because that guy
so, get out of that pool.
It took a one time to date an actor. That guy was a world-class turd. Okay. And I was like, yeah, baby girl, that's
and I can tell you about that because I know dudes in the acting scene are married. They married and will tell their wives like lies. Like what they do is when you work, you can do background work and stuff like that too, right? Mm-hmm. So when you work background work, they give you what they call as a voucher, and it's basically like a timesheet where you fill in like your information and stuff like that, mm-hmm. and like, sign it, and then like you give it back to somebody from production, and they give you a pink slip, which is a copy of it, mm-hmm. right? And what he does is he keeps like extra copies of it, so that like he'll have it on him, so he can kind of like lie to his wife if he off with another. Wow. He'll say, "Oh, I got to go to set today," or something like that. "Oh, I got to film something."
And he off with the side chick.
The side chick.
He off with about 8 side. That guy was off with about 8 side chicks.
So like
Genesis, it was like that. Like, hey, like when I found out about it, I said, "Listen, baby, let me tell you something."
No, I'm not talking about. I'm talking about somebody that's completely different.
Oh, okay. I'm about to say that situation I still holds true. That was your fault.
In New York, polygamous.
Polygamous.
None of that.
They are polygamous. Yeah. Well, like I said, I mean, Snuggles. First of all, you know, because you got to know New York City.
Snuggles clearly in New York.
Okay, you got to know
there.
Clearly.
Or from there, because your questions are way too accurate,
way too specific.
Way too specific, man. Come on.
An earlier question was, what are the personalities of the immigrants in New York like? Are there more Americans in New York, or are there more immigrants in New York?
I think it depends on what neighborhood you go to. You have, I mean, you have people who are immigrant, and then you have people who are like first generation immigrant.
Mhm.
You have a lot of that. So like, yeah, and then you do have some, it, like I said, you have every culture here. So some cultures do practice polygamy, but they don't put it like on Front Street like that, because polygamy is like illegal. Well, to have multiple wives, like to get, bigotry is illegal. But they still practice it over here. So
Snuggles, earlier question about pizza and Chinese food in New York, is it different?
Oh yeah, pizza and Chinese food. Yeah, if you go to Chinatown and get Chinese food, yeah, it's different.
Look at your niece.
Snuggles talking about basement parties and everything.
See, yeah, Snuggles, you in New York, you gotta
be in New York or something. I'm from Chicago, or the Chicago area now.
Really?
And they do this thing about Chicago pizza and New York pizza.
Oh,
and
Chicago doesn't have pizza.
New York pizza.
That's not pizza in Chicago.
Ain't it? What?
That's not pizza in Chicago.
That is pizza in Chicago.
That is not pizza. That's that deep dish nonsense you guys got going on. No, that's not pizza.
Well, deep dish is not the only thing. They try to make deep dish what we're known for, but our regular traditional pizza or hand tossed pizza, pan pizza, whatever you calling it, compared to New York, nah. And maybe it's because I'm partial to Chicago, because that's what I was raised on. Right. But I had pizza, and I mean, we went to, I don't know this place, but it's not far from Times Square. They have these like giant slices of pizza, but the place is open like all night long. I can't think of the name of it, but it was okay. It was more the price than, Oh,
are you talking about the dollar pizza spots?
I like $3 or something, $4 a slice, but the slice was big enough where you could eat like two meals at least off of it.
Right. Yeah. I mean, if you next time you come to New York, make sure you go to Little Italy. To get pizza is different. That's because you have like restaurants that are run by people who are like authentically from Italy, and they cook the dishes that are like traditional Italian style, and it's really good. It is. It's different. It's really good.
Yeah, I was about to say that there are places in New York where you have to go to get real pizza. There are a lot of places in New York to go and get it, but then if you go to the wrong place, it tastes like cardboard and ketchup. So I mean, that's probably what you did. Yeah, that's probably where you went, Genesis.
We lost Rush. I don't know what happened. I was trying to get to the soul food. I went
New York?
to Amy Ruth's.
No, you're in the wrong place.
I went to Amy Ruth's, and I enjoyed it.
You're in the wrong place. You got to come to the South for soul food. You're in the wrong city, wrong part of the country.
I mean, there are certain places in Harlem that are known for.
Yeah, they're known for it, but no.
Oh yeah,
it's not real soul food. That stuff just gives you the runs. Okay,
it is good. It is good.
Yeah, it may taste good, but it ain't.
Soul food in New York City.
No, I'm so
soul food in New York City. Stop playing.
Places, I mean, Chicago ain't really a soul food place, but we have, popular spots that are known for soul food. And it was kind of the same thing in New York. I was trying to go to those places, that were popular.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I get it, but really
I like soul food, but I ain't beans and cornbread soul food.
Wait, why not? What's wrong with beans and cornbread?
I don't eat
black eyed peas. You don't eat black eyed peas?
Mm-mm.
You don't eat black eyed peas. You ain't had soul food then, Genesis. You need to come to the
South.
I
don't care for them.
No, you have to come to the South.
I eat red beans and rice.
You don't eat red beans and rice?
I eat red beans and rice. More rice than beans, but yeah, that's about it.
Black eyed peas and cornbread. You don't eat. Listen, and then collard greens. You don't eat collard greens, do you?
I just started eating collard greens.
You ain't black.
In the
see, Shumerria, listen. You see how this YouTube space is. You ask a couple of questions, you find out the truth.
Yella
Niggas ain't
Field
been.
said Chicago has better food choices overall. I'm with Yella.
I don't know. I don't know, Yella.
Yes.
Maybe. I mean, it's been.
Hold on,
forever
let me
since
say
I've
this.
been
Let
to
me
Chicago.
say this.
Snuggles is in New York, but then talking about Eastern Parkway, they said
No.
stuff that we don't even know about.
Right, I know what he talking about. No, I haven't walked the whole Eastern Parkway, but I've taken the dollar van. How about that?
What's that?
The dollar van. So they have what they call dollar vans, and they're like, what people have done is like they bought like vans, and like they drive like the main boulevard. So it'd be like Eastern Parkway is like a main strip in Brooklyn, and like they'll take you anywhere on Eastern Parkway, like because you can get a lot of places from that strip, and they'll take you anywhere in Eastern Parkway for like $1. At one point it was $1, but now it's like $2. So
okay.
yeah.
And this is like random cars that people are using.
No, you know them, like you recognize them, like
okay.
Yeah, you recognize them.
So probably their personal cars.
Rice is not soul food.
It's not. It really isn't.
The people who drive the dollar van, where they use it from, they use it from the Caribbean. So they use like Jamaican or like what I'm saying, they from the Caribbean. That's yeah, and you know.
Yeah.
Snuggles is also asking, do they have a lot of natural herb stores in New York?
Why Snuggles fronting like he ain't from New York?
Which kind of natural herbs you mean? Like vitamins and like when I
hear that, I'm thinking, what's the series that was on that was superhero? The man who it was based in New York.
Which one?
Y'all, somebody help me out here. It was. Was it on Stars?
What was happening in this show?
The bald head, tall, dark dude.
Talking about Luke Cage?
Oh, Luke Cage.
It was in yeah, that took place in Harlem. That was in Manhattan.
Yeah. No, there was what was the girl in there that was the herbalist? That was
that chick. I know what you're talking about.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Do they have places like that? Yeah, but you got to go in those Haitian neighborhoods and shit. I mean, with the Jamaicans and the Haitians, the Caribbean people where they live, you got to go. That's most of the time that's in Brooklyn. Yeah, most of the time you're gonna find them in Brooklyn way more than anywhere else. And I got to tell you, the Bronx, nobody fucks with the Bronx. The Bronx is horrible. Don't go there ever. Don't go to the Bronx to see New York. Listen, Bronx is where I go to play. Okay, you're gonna go in there and just get in trouble. That's all there is to it. The Bronx is rough now. Now Brooklyn ain't Brooklyn no more because Brooklyn you got Whole Foods, you got Trader Joe's, you got Peter Luger's, one of the best restaurants in all of New York, by the way. You got a whole bunch of good places in Brooklyn. Brooklyn, white women came and stole Brooklyn from black people. That's what happened, and that's what happened to Brooklyn. Okay, so it was like when my sister first moved to Brooklyn. When she lived in Brooklyn, I was like, "Where you living?" She said, "I moved." I said, "Where'd you move to?" I said, "Brooklyn." I said, "What you doing in white folks' neighborhood?" She just bust out laughing. What you doing in those white folks' neighborhoods? She just bust out laughing. She said, "How do you know this?" I'm like, how do I not? It's me. It's my business. Like it's my business to know these things.
Now you know what was so weird to me. Like seeing the bodegas and the delis and Yellow Peel just reminded, he said Maxwell Street in Chicago is killing any bodega or deli. But what was weird to me was going into the bodegas and delis and like it's a whole restaurant.
Mm-hmm.
Like you can get a whole meal, sit down at tables and eat. I'm like, okay, this is different. Like normally, when I think deli, where I live, you go into a deli, you may pick up a sandwich and you get it and you go.
Right.
Not sit down like in a whole cafeteria style setting and have a meal. I was just like, oh, okay.
Wait, Shumerria. No, go ahead. I get to it in a second.
Okay, those aren't necessarily bodegas. I know what you're talking about because they do have like that's more like I guess you could say that would be something like that in Midtown or like in the city. But like when you go out more into like the neighborhood areas, like the bodegas, like the corner stores, the corner bodegas, like those are the type that you talking about, like when you just pick up something, grab and go.
Okay.
Hot food, or like they make sandwiches and stuff like that. But then like the ones you talked about, they are I guess they're like the ones, it's kind of like a technically a bodega, kind of like, but for the city.
Okay.
So for, and they, for the corporate people,
the tourist version.
Yeah, the tourist version, or like, for the corporate people that work in the area and they can pay an arm and a leg, because when you put that food in the containers, like they charge by the pound.
Yes.
Like, and they add up quickly. So like, I think they, those are the ones that's like, set up maybe for like the tourists.
Okay. So that ain't what the natives are eating. The locals are eating.
No, you tourists who come to my city, y'all eat that nonsense. That's for you to keep you distracted away from the stuff that we eat. All right. Now, Snuggles had the unadulterated gall, as if Snuggles isn't a New Yorker. What color Timbs do you have on? Black. How about that? That's what color Timbs I'm wearing. Black. All right.
No.
You had a problem with that, Snuggles? You know what black Timbs means, don't you, Snuggles?
Snuggles asked about parking. What is parking like in New York? Is it easier to have a car or just use public transportation?
Actually, just not have a car.
I already know if they got a car, they going way over yonder to get some gas, because we saw one gas station and I was like,
I'm telling you, where you get gas from?
To get gas, and at the gas station,
Queens, that's where they go to get gas.
Was all the way out, like into the street. I'm like, wait a minute, hold on.
You go to Queens to get gas.
Drinking alcohol. I don't know. You might be.
Hey, listen.
Hey,
Jedi Mike.
What's up?
Shut up.
I didn't say shit.
Yes, that way.
I thought the standard issue.
Genesis, it is better to not just. It is kind of better to just not have a car, because you're gonna pay the parking fees. The parking fees are an arm and a leg. Especially, you don't really need to use one because you're not going to use it that often. You're not going to really need one. But so if you just have one in the parking garage or something like that, you're paying easily like $4 a day. Depending on where you are, it could be more expensive. So I mean, if you use it like 3 times a month and you're paying $4 a day, what's that? Plus you get, like you said, you're gonna need gas. A black man wants a mud hole stumped in it. That's what he wants. Jedi Mike.
Hey Jedi.
Yeah. What's up?
God.
What do you want?
How are you tonight?
I don't know nothing to you, but I talked to Miss Genesis and Shushu. How you doing?
We're doing well. How are you?
Doing good. Good.
Yeah, I spoke to you because you had to come through me first. Understand?
No, we're constitutionally bound. What are you talking about?
You're not constitutionally bound enough. Okay. Constitutionally bound.
Yes.
I'm the one who has to walk it down the aisle. If I don't walk it down the aisle, she ain't going nowhere. Okay. So all of y'all out there, keep that in mind.
We'll figure it out.
My approval.
Oh, well, I don't know. If she decides to elope or something and then let you know after.
She won't do anything like that. She would never do that to me. You understand, Genesis? She would never do that to me.
Okay.
Well, I
can't even say that with a straight face. I mean, that's just so silly. Do that to me. Like what? It's her life. What do you mean do it to you?
But I had a question just for Shushu. Like, so I guess, for you being in the industry for almost 12 years, right? So now 12 years ago, a lot of things have changed from the access of like now putting yourself out there, because now you have TikTok, now you have people have YouTube and everything. Some people say I should probably get into acting, whatever. You were in those conversations and stuff, but just for someone like, what would you advise someone like today probably be best utilized for them to put themselves out there in the industry? The opportunities that you didn't have back then that you do now.
Well, you still need to get headshots and get representation. That's things. But if you don't have those things, 'cause that can take time. Well, getting a representation can take time. That's very, very difficult. It's more difficult than it is. It sounds so easy, like just get an agent, just get a manager. It sounds so easy, and it's not. It's really not. But in the meantime, what you can do is still get your smash shots. You can get on it's a site called Actors Access. And start you up a profile, because they have a lot of castings on there, legitimate castings, and you can start submitting yourself. Any kind of work that you can post on your social media platforms, definitely do that. And I'm gonna tell you something too. If you are a social media influencer, that is attractive to the people in the industry too, in the film industry. Because, and I had I did an interview with a Broadway producer, and he said this verbatim. He said, if you come into audition for me and you see a laptop sitting in front of me, I'm not checking my email. I'm looking for you. I'm looking up, I'm Googling your name. I'm checking your social media to see, what you're following and stuff is like, because if I hire you, I'm looking to gain access to your following. So, social media is a powerful tool. And you'll be surprised. I've gotten that quite often, that people are like, they Googled me or they looked me up, and you know what I'm saying? So it is a powerful tool.
So y'all go subscribe or like or follow all of her social media accounts, so we can push her numbers up, so that when she's going in there, that she's got a little step ahead when she goes into these casting calls, or not auditions. Somebody asked, but I said casting because Snuggles said, can you explain the difference between casting call and casting couch?
Snuggles isn't dumb. No. Ridiculous.
The difference between
somebody may not know. Somebody may not know. Now, the casting couch may be something.
They're not interested in that.
So the difference between the casting call is the casting call is an interview for an actual job, and that's essentially what an audition is. It's just it's a job interview. You're interviewing for a job, and so a casting call is you simply going in to audition for a role. Casting couch is something altogether totally different. Casting couch means you are going in to give up favors, sexual favors for
the regime.
But yeah,
now is that a thing like that's known, or is that like the one of those little secrets of the industry?
It's not a secret.
They try and like make it like it's a secret or it's taboo, and it's not. I mean, we know, and it's not a secret that it goes on and it happens. Like, not for nothing, it's a lot of things that go on that they know in the industry. They know that happens. The whole thing with Bill Cosby, people have known for years that he was doing that. For years, they've known he's been doing that. R. Kelly, people have known for years he's been doing that stuff. It's a lot of this stuff is no secret.
Like, now, speaking of that, is it like certain places that are known for that, or like, okay, don't go over there because this is what they do over there?
Don't go to the east side.
Exactly.
Like
no, I will say, but there are certain people, certain names you kind of be warned to be cautious about. Like, if this person asks you to meet you here, like, don't go, or like, you come up with an excuse or a reason not to be there. You know what I'm saying? So like, that's something I've been aware of. And if somebody asks you to meet them, of course, like in a hotel room or something like that, like, yeah, no, like, what y'all got to talk about in the hotel room? You know what I'm saying? So yeah.
I do have another question. Something that Denzel Washington always says, that not when he go into in the industry, not having like establishing boundaries, right? And many things, especially in the Black community, there's a lot of things like we would sacrifice for the sake of just getting in film, right? For some Black men, they're like, I'm not putting on a damn dress, right? And they're saying how that there's a curse, for you in the industry. Like, people, Dave Chappelle talk about it, all and this whole story with him, like, oh, they're trying to get him to wear this dress for a joke, you know. And so, but then other things for like, you know, for Black people taking the stereotypical roles or whatever. So, or not taking a
Hey Jim, hey Cool Daddy. Hey
hell
mama,
no.
why you stole my money?
Damn.
You know, shucking and jiving and whatnot. You know, like you said, those typical roles.
They talked about Tyler Perry and wearing the dress.
Yeah,
right.
He is building a $100 million plus mansion.
Mm-hmm.
$100 million mansion.
I'm gonna tell you something else too about
$100 million.
Wow.
You know what? I'm gonna tell y'all something too about Tyler Perry. He had a reputation in the industry for this is before he opened up his studio.
He had a tea tonight, y'all.
He had a reputation for being cheap in the industry. Look, like everybody I knew in the industry was that like worked in production and stuff like that. We're talking about how cheap he was and like
heard about them wigs,
like, and how his rates was like so low and all this other stuff. But then, like, you know, not for nothing, when he came out with his studio, it's like, wow, okay, maybe that's why.
Yeah,
his rates were so low because he was trying to get this.
Yeah, he wasn't paying. I heard about that. He wasn't really paying. He wasn't paying his actors much.
You know.
Or no, he doesn't even write his own. Like he's the only sole writer. He doesn't get any extra writers.
Right, he writes and does stuff. Well, that's supposed to change. He's saying that going forward, he's going to give more opportunities for more writers and directors, and he's supposed to be taking some time, you know, for himself. So, you know, I don't know how true it is, but I think it would be a good idea.
Yeah, because that's a lot.
A good idea.
Yeah, because you know it's some stuff falling through the cracks, because you know they was coming for him, especially at a fall from grace. Yeah. And it was another. This last one he had, they was coming for him.
Which one? What did he do in that one?
What is it? Was it what is it? The Medea, the last one he had funeral or something like that. I'll audition for that, by the way.
You did.
I did.
Well, wait, believe me, you didn't try to. You weren't the playing for the part of the sister that was trying to. Oh, never mind. I'm not gonna. Never mind. I won't. Never mind. I know. Yeah. Because I'm like, I can tell. Because like, at least when someone like say to try for a role, they look similar. So I'm like, I'm like, you know what? Never mind. I'm not gonna go there. I'm not gonna go there.
Right. Yeah. But yeah. So, he had a reputation for that. But like, I mean, hopefully now you know, he's at a point where he can start hiring more people, more help.
Yeah.
Budget. Yeah, he on a budget.
A tight budget.
But the reason why I asked that question, I'm just asking you, I don't know, like, what are the things that you as an actor you will not do? Like, I don't care how much money. I'm like, I'm not selling myself for this. Like, you're not gonna be putting me in this role with this actor. No, let me doing this. Like what? Or like saying these things. Like, what is one thing like as an actor, like you're not gonna compromise for? You know.
Certain roles, like for instance, because my manager and I just recently had a conversation about this. It's a particular show that she was like, she's not submitting any of her female clients for anymore because she knows a casting director person. She was like, I told this casting director I'm not submitting any of my female clients for this because everything that all the roles, you know, for in particular for the Black actors on this role, like the women are always either doing something like very provocative or vulgar, like, you know, for instance, like one of the roles was for a woman to be given the main star fellatio, like acting like she's giving the star fellatio, or like, you know, it's always something like very sexually explicit. And she was like, I'm not submitting my women for that, like my my female clients for that. I'm not submitting them for that. So, and I was like, you know, I appreciate it. So I don't have to be like, what is this? You know what I'm saying? But she was like, yeah, no. So definitely I wouldn't do anything like that. And that's another thing. You can always talk to whoever your representation is and tell them that if you don't feel comfortable going out for certain things, you can tell them that. Like, don't be afraid, because it's your career. So don't be afraid to tell them that. Something else I wouldn't So I wouldn't go out for anything like that. Also, anything I think that's just like, this is outright like degrading or like, that's going to make me, not only me, but like, look crazy or look foolish, but like also make my family look at me like, really, like, you know better than that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, like for nothing, I'm a grown woman. I make my own decisions, but at the same time, I still got to go home and face them. And I don't want them to look at me in shame. So.
Well, that's good. That's good that you have standards.
I mean, actors will not give that answer. Like that's why I would ask that question. I mean, because I already can tell, like, since from me just talking to you, but just like the same thing. Like Miss Creative talked about this is just like, you writing selling your soul for something. Like, to me, my big issue, like, with certain Black women, how they being put in particular roles that give them the stereotype, but then it's like, then here they'll all get all these amazing opportunities, like. And not saying that they're a bad actress and that they wouldn't got it, but I'm just like, I would like to see you get your success in a different way. Like, I don't know many people really know what Tiffany Haddish was until Girls Trip, right? And then Girls Trip split off, but now here she is doing like biopics of, so I'm like, and I'm not, the respect to you, but then I'm just like, booty hole. It's a booty hole. Like, like, come on.
Here's the thing, and this is where the business side comes into it. For the filmmaker and for the production company, people putting up the money for this, they use big names or names that are going to draw ticket sales. And that's what it's about. If they're putting the money out, they're trying to make the money back. And they know Tiffany Haddish is going to draw, she's a name that's going to draw eyes and it's going to draw people to the box office. It's going to sell tickets, which does make it harder for people who don't have a big following, like, to make it now or to get seen. And on one side, I understand it because it's all business, but at the same time, like, it is unfair because it's like, how am I ever supposed to get my opportunity if you keep giving the roles to people like this, and it's even more of an insult when you give it to somebody who doesn't take the craft of acting seriously. Like, acting is a craft. Like, it's a real craft. Like, it's real. Like, you really have to sit down and you take a script and you take a character and you break down who this character is, what their background is, where they come from. Okay, you look at some of the things that they do in the script, and it's like, okay, well, where did that come from? How did this person get to where they are now? What were the circumstances? What boiled up inside this person to make them do this?
And those are gaps that you have to fill in yourself.
Right. And you have to fill in all of that. You have to bring all this emotion to it. And if anything, I would say the craft of acting, it makes you empathetic to human beings. Because one of the first lessons I learned as an actor was, don't judge your character. Rather, try to understand why it is they do what they do. And when you apply that to life, it makes you a bit less judgmental towards people. Mm-hmm. It makes you realize, we all didn't get to be who we are overnight. We are all a combination of our experiences, of our beliefs, of all the examples that have been set for us, our perspectives, how our perspectives have been set, and it gives you a bit more empathy, or at least it should, if you call yourself an actor.
You can speak for yourself, little sis. I've been perfect my whole life.
Of course you have.
Whatever.
Right. Ask her, she'll tell you. I've been perfect my whole life.
So Miss Creative had a question.
What did Miss Harris have to say?
Hold on. I have to move
back. First sight, ready to love.
Yes.
What's so funny? I had a producer to reach out to me on Facebook for Married at First Sight. And he was like, "Oh, I think you'd be a perfect candidate for this. Have you ever considered, would you be interested in doing this?" I was like, "Thank you, but no, thank you. I don't want to do it. I do not want to do that. Listen, I'm telling you, I do not want to do that." I've considered like a reality show. But the thing is with that, even like with reality TV, you still have to have a strategy or a tactical plan going into that. Because if you only go into it because you just want people to know your name, that's all you're going to get out of it. If you're going into it with a purpose, like, all right, I'm trying to take my career here, I'm trying to do this, I'm going to go down this lane. All right, yeah, you will build a follower and following, and people get to know you, but then you get to more structure in terms of, okay, like what I'm doing and my actions and how I come across, how I'm perceived in this. So yeah.
Miss Creative says, shoo, do it. That is one of my favorite
reality show. Oh my God. No, Miss Creative. My sister will.
I ain't gonna lie, I love the show myself, but I don't know. I couldn't do it.
So now, have you ever considered stage work, or have you ever done stage work?
Oh yeah, I have. Okay. I've done a couple of plays like in community theater, especially like when I first got up here. I was doing a couple of shows for like independent. So they just I was doing a couple of shows for like independent theater and stuff like that, and that was cool. I got like this close to booking. It's called Holla If You Hear Me. It was a Broadway production that was based off of Tupac's lyrics. And like twice he brought me up there. I was like, seriously? But I mean, that's just like,
well, you gonna be Jada?
Huh?
You gonna be Jada?
No, we're gonna be Jada.
All right, Mike, that was a good one.
No.
Okay, that was good, Mike. That was a good one, Mike. I gotta hand it to you. That was.
Oh my God, no. That's so funny though.
You're gonna be Jada?
Listen.
Yeah.
I don't know. I still love Will Smith and Jada. I don't like Jada.
I
know everybody.
No, you have the hair. Like you, I mean, when she was like at that time when she was like what? Younger. Like yeah, I mean,
but she's prettier than Jada.
Absolutely. Ain't no question.
So now it's died down now. So y'all know I hate if the crowd going over here, I'm going over there. But as far as the Chris Rock Will Smith thing and its impact on the acting community, what do you feel about that? Like,
I just, I'm incredibly disappointed by it, of course. And if anything, like, I know Will Smith can bounce back from this, especially because the connections and the pull he has in the business. And y'all don't understand how powerful publicists are, especially like really good ones. And he got money to get the top of the line best publicists in the industry. So Will Smith is, as far as Chris Rock, I think if anything, my heart really goes out to him. And the fact that he hasn't really said anything about it too, like, to me is like, I mean, I don't know if he's just like, he just wants it like to all disappear, or if he just, is I don't know what kind of space he's in. I just hope that he's okay. He's still continuing on with his comedy tour. I know he was supposed to be performing at Radio City Music Hall in October. And before this whole ordeal went down, I was like, they already like advertising for it. And I was like, yo, I'm definitely gonna go to that show. I got to get the tickets as soon as they start selling tickets. I don't even think I'm gonna be able to afford the tickets at this point.
Yeah, they skyrocketed. Yeah.
Okay. Now,
benefiting off of it.
Yeah, he has. I mean, he has. I think
my thing.
A good thing, but I'm just like,
I'll tell you this. Here's my thing. If say something like that happens to me publicly like that, and I'm not talking about it, I'm getting 200 million. That's why I'm quiet. Okay, I have talked to my attorneys.
Yeah,
and they have advised me to keep quiet about it.
Yeah,
but I'm getting 200 million. So, Genesis, you gonna take that ring once that happens? When I get that 200 million?
It's no.
I got 200 million.
It's not about the money.
It's
Genesis. It's got something to do with money.
There's a price. There's always a price.
Yeah, right. That's like Genesis. It's got to have something to do with the money now,
No,
Genesis.
listen.
I got 200 million.
And you liable to kill me too, Mandrell.
Why would I do that? Yeah, let's talk about that since you got her here. For some reason, Genesis thinks that my elevator don't go all the way to the top. Right? She thinks I'm one bad day away from being the Joker. She thinks that I'm the guy who went and got Bin Laden all by myself.
Oh Lord.
Okay.
Listen, I'm gonna tell y'all something. Mandrell's gotten a lot better.
What do you mean?
He's gotten a lot better. And I'm telling you,
I was never bad, was I?
He has gotten a lot better. Yo, when I say
cam up, when you talking, no
came
cam up.
home from the military, he was off the chain. You couldn't stop his mouth from saying nothing. I never forget at my college graduation, I graduated from undergrad.
Oh,
for me.
I'm sorry.
I invited some of my friends.
I'm sorry about that.
There. And so, like, all our family is there, and like one of my friends, he is a little sweet. I'll say that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
A little,
as Black Man Unfiltered put it, you know, he would be on aisle 5. Okay,
at Walmart.
At Walmart,
It was obvious.
Walmart. So,
and that wasn't the problem. That wasn't an issue.
Yeah. So
I like your story.
We all chilling, and all of a sudden, my brother comes over there and asks him. He was like, "Are you gay?"
I didn't ask him like that. No, I asked him.
No. You know, he would have said something else. No,
he was like,
"Yeah, I can't say."
My friend,
right? You just, this
yeah.
My friend.
I asked him first. At first, I asked him, "Who are you?" I said, "Shumerria." She said, "What?" I said, "What is this?"
What is this?
What is this?
And I pointed to him. What is this?
Right.
And then she told me there was a friend. I said, "How come he didn't speak to my mama?"
Right. Yeah.
He been sitting here with that grimace on his face the whole time. He did not speak to mama nor daddy with his rude ass.
She was like, no, because you was like,
his rude. That's what I said. His rude ass. He said here with this frown on his face all day. His rude ass ain't speak to our parents.
He did.
No, I didn't see him.
Oh, because you ain't see him. He ain't speak to.
It didn't count. I didn't see him. How do I know?
It
didn't happen as far as I know.
So embarrassed. When our cousins,
Luke
she was like, go get him. I said, Lord, I was like, please.
Yeah. Our cousin over there, his girlfriend's like, go get him. Go get your cousin. And he's like,
Right.
I don't fool with him when they act like that.
Saying you got better, like
worse. Even my dad, and so my dad just sat there and looked at me like
shaking his head. That's a lot.
And he dad just sat there just like,
Lord, I was like, please.
I mean, what? Y'all didn't stop me. Clearly, you knew I was right.
Look.
And then I asked him, you gay? Yeah, I said, you gay? He said, look. Then he lied. Bad idea. He lied and said no. I said, yes, you are.
No, you didn't say yes, you are. You said lies. Like, you just go call the man a liar.
I did. I called him a liar. I did.
Oh my Lord.
I did. I called him a liar, right? You're a liar. No, you don't. How do you know that? He said, I'm not. He said, how do you can't. He said, you don't know if I'm gay. How do you know I'm gay? I said, look at you. Hey,
apologize.
Look, now that it's out, I'll say, yeah, I remember that. Jedi Mike, thank you, Jedi Mike. It was just like that.
Like, no, I'm not.
Yeah, right. It was that shit. No, I'm not. No, how do you know I'm gay? You can't tell I'm gay. I said, look at you. And then I see my cousin over there at the corner of my eye. He's like, oh.
Right, y'all. I'm telling you.
Everyone's like,
oh my God.
Like they couldn't believe what I was saying. I'm like, everybody. And then I'm looking, what y'all looking at me for? Look at him.
Right, but
everyone's staring at me. I'm looking at everybody else. Why y'all looking at me? I'm like, look at him.
Almost like that.
He's a and I did I not tell him?
My mom got to a point she had to start giving him pep talk like, please No, we about to go in here, please. That's crazy. Like, listen, matter of fact, like when my father passed away, and like we were at my mother's house, like we was at my grandmother's house, and like, you know, a lot of people came by, you know, just to pay their respects, and like it was bringing food and stuff like that. And before people come, because like, you know, it was calling, you know, saying just to make sure we were at my grandmother's house and to let us know they were on their way. My mom told my brother, listen, people coming over here now. No, please don't say nothing crazy, okay? Please don't start, all right, with that mess. Don't be saying nothing crazy, all right? I can't say that. I shook my head.
You did.
Say that.
Listen, people coming over here now.
Right.
Don't
you start that
don't
crazy.
You start that craziness.
Right. The Lord.
What craziness, Mama? What you talking about? You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. When
No, I don't. I don't know what you're talking about.
When he first came to YouTube, literally every other thing he said, I would be like, I can't believe he didn't just say that. He didn't.
I will burn. Like
he's gotten a lot better. He's gotten a lot better.
Burn.
Oh, burn this motherfucker down.
Yes.
And like,
yeah, that's what he got. Mike was like.
Jedi Mike is known
Mike was like
for
this,
the
like
facial reactions to stuff.
Yeah, and Jedi Mike, you remind me of a young Ricky Smiley, because Ricky Smiley used to do the same stuff you do. And like I'm talking about with the props and everything with the glasses.
Yes.
He did.
And then was the cap on.
And then look, Shumerria, and look, I think everyone came with all the lies and the BS. And I think in my first week, I cursed out almost everybody. In the first week, I like, yeah, literally. I think I cursed out almost everybody in the first week.
Really?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
They were messed up. They were lying. And Genesis, I think she caught on to it first. Genesis decided to avoid and evade. And I couldn't catch her with nothing. Okay? And so it would get under my skin.
That was literally my answer.
No, it wasn't. Genesis, stop playing. Look, Genesis, look. The first time I met Genesis and was asking a question, I was like, in my mind, I'm like, is she fucking with me? Like, that's what I thought of Genesis at first when I first met her. I was like, is she fucking with me? You gotta be kidding. And then I asked her more and more questions. I was like, oh, I get it. I get it now. I get you. I'm gonna find something.
I wasn't.
I'm gonna force you to tell the truth.
We actually had we bumped heads one night, and that was the only time we've clashed.
Yeah, and it was after that. It was after that night when I figured her out. I was like, oh, I get what she's doing.
No, I was not evading. I just wasn't giving the answers you wanted or what you expected. I mean, he was coming for everybody. Like, okay, we not in war. We are not. You out the military now.
It's funny because when he told me he was like live streaming, I was like, really? He was like, yeah. I was like, oh, okay. I was like, what's live streaming on?
Right. She was like, okay. It's like you can hear it in her voice. She's like, okay. What are you talking about? It was like the concerned parent type voice, you know, just like, so what are you talking about?
Right.
Who are these people that you're talking to? Are they nice people? They're okay? Are you okay? Really? Oh, okay. So what else do you talk about there? I mean, and how do you feel about that? I'm like, what are you talking about? How do I feel about that? So how do you feel about that? What? What are you talking about?
Yeah, group of friends. You know, if
yes,
you know,
Luke Hasley said you need someone with very little filter in your group of friends. You know, if you hear something from them, it is the absolute truth.
That's true. That is
And
true.
what did you tell Genesis? And now tell Luke Casely, because Luke Casely is a friend of mine. Okay. And Jenny Moreno.
See, he was super intense a few months ago. He's more calm. Okay. Oh, we just
got used to the
I need to see footage. I need to see footage of this.
Of what?
Of like when he first came on.
Oh my God,
my
Mike.
God.
Oh my God, Mike.
It was delete them. And he wasn't saying delete them. We were just like, no,
like you Mandrell, like you gotta send me the video.
Right.
I can't say it. What can I say? It's just words. My First Amendment rights that I fought for, by the way, allow me to say whatever the fuck I want to say. Mike, I was going in.
Yes.
Mike. Look.
Yes.
So on which show was Black Man?
All of them, Mike. That's what we're trying to tell you, Mike. There was no discrimination.
You gotta send me footage.
All of them, Mike. Mike. Then I would go to Fight Club and have at it. Okay, Mike. But see, I would pull up at like 3:00 in the morning because I was up anyway, and then like Jay Speed to be over there and everything, and then me and first Jay Speed to be like, man, what kind of shit is you into? You know Jay Speed old school like that, right?
Yeah.
Hey there, he wouldn't call me Mandrell, he called me 211. Hey there, 211. Tell me something. He asked me was I single and stuff, right? And he was like, so do you date? I said, yeah. He said, how can that work out? I'm like, I don't know, whatever. You know, he's like, when they come over there, you ain't sitting there cleaning guns and shit in front of me, y'all.
I'm trying to tell you, it was like, oh my God. And then when we met Shushu, I was just like, they not from the same family. They can't be. Cannot be. Because he had told us like in advance that he was gonna have you on the show. I think he said like in 2 weeks or 3 weeks or something like that. And I was like, oh Lord, I don't know how this is gonna go. Like you know, I was thinking female version of him. I'm like, I don't know. And then to see you, I was like, okay, night and day. When I say he came in kicking the door down, the doors, oh my God, it was terrible. It was terrible.
And then like, and
it's funny because he called me talking about like I remember he had called me one time talking about so he was saying they stupid, Shumerria, because people are stupid. I was like, you can't say that. He was like, why not?
Yes.
Mike said you gotta see the video. Mike, just look at any video from the month of March or maybe late February. I don't know. But I mean, yeah, around that time. I came scorched earth.
No, before you sure it was March? February.
No, it was like maybe late February.
Yeah,
maybe late February. Yeah, somewhere around there. But listen,
I'll check.
Security. Look, I came in a security boss show. I didn't know what to do. I think that was my debut. I had no idea what to do. I had no clue what to think. I'm like, I'm sitting on camera. I'm looking at myself on the screen. I'm like, I felt so awkward. And then like we get into these discussions, and I'm just like, I didn't know how to be YouTube friendly. I just told him what was on my mind.
Luke Hasley says Shushu is Mandrell's total opposite, but that's the beauty of having siblings. So when you guys were growing up, were you this close when you were growing up, or was there the sibling rivalry?
No, there's never a rivalry. No. I mean, but yeah, she and I have never been jealous of each other.
Let's ask Shushu.
She would always run and chase behind me and want to keep up with me all the time.
We didn't have any sibling rivalry though, and I did try and like run up and like try and keep up with him because like he was older, so and he was the boy, so a lot of things he could do that I couldn't. And so I would always like fuss about it and tell our parents. I'd be like, why he get to do it? Oh, because he older. I'm like, so that don't mean nothing. Or like, why he get to go? Because he the boy. So that don't mean nothing. I didn't care. I was like, to me in my mind, we like on the same page. Anything y'all let him do, I should be able to do it. You know what I mean? And it's funny because
then she get in front of daddy and start crying.
Yeah, I did.
Oh God, I did that.
I did. And then
that
like
is space. That is space. I'm like, oh crap. Here it comes. Look how long does you stay here? Of course. Of course.
Right.
She can't go out there with you, so you stay here. Yo, man, this is messed up.
I'll tell you one thing. Like we was like smaller, like he used to try and make me be the little brother that he never had. So he's always
that was going to be my next question for you.
Right?
Wish he had a sister.
Right, because he used to be making me watch football. Like he would snatch the remote, just change the TV, and I'd be like, I don't want to watch football. He was like, well, we gonna watch this, and you need to know this, because when you grow up and you get a boyfriend, he gonna watch football, and you gonna know, already know what's going on. I was like, oh Lord, and
That's
then like
true.
he used to be trying to make me. He would always try to make me fight. And I'm like, I don't want to fight. I am a girl. He was like, well, you gonna know how to protect yourself and make you tough. I don't want to be tough. I'm like, I don't want to be tough. I'm like, I'm a girl. So
I ain't finna have nobody out here kicking my little sister's ass. Are you serious? I taught her to slap the shit out somebody. Yeah, I taught her to slap the shit out somebody.
Oh Lord.
Have you?
Has she?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she's
In Alabama, I'm like, I suspect. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't get in like, a lot of fights or anything like that when I was young. I've been maybe in a couple.
A couple or a few.
Yeah, I ain't
so now that you're in a part of the acting community, and you're from Alabama, from the South.
Mm-hmm.
What's it like going back like to a high school reunion or whatever high school, if there's homecoming games? Are you still the same person to them when you were in school, or do they look at you different?
No, it's still the same person. It's just I think it's nice to see people like that when we were in school together and like just kind of reconnect, and we just kind of like try and catch up and with each other in terms of like what's happened in our lives since the last time we seen each other.
Are they supportive of you and your acting career?
Oh yeah, very much so.
Okay,
very much.
That's good.
Mm-hmm. It's so funny because a friend of mine I literally had known since like elementary school, since we were like in the 4th grade. And we knew each other, like we were friends all through like, elementary and high school, junior high school. And we lost contact like after high school. But like, of course, because of social media, like we, kept in contact and stuff like that. And so I saw her, like she comes to New York from time to time, and I saw her, I want to say like in December or January, she came up here and we hung out for a little bit. It was just, nice to, like I said, to catch up and just reconnect. So yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Now she had a friend that was in that movie Get Out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, he your frat brother. Marcus Henderson. Yes. You already know that. Yes, that's your frat brother.
Right on.
Now, which character was he?
She's written that. I think they went to school together in the whole 9, Mike. They're really good friends.
Yeah,
the fellow was running.
Yeah, he played the groundskeeper, the one who was.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He's so good. He's dope. He's super humble too.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, sound like the actor's life it'll do that. Make you super humble.
Yeah. It'll do that.
Hey, I'm super talented. I'm super talented. I'm the most talented person here. You didn't get it. What?
All right.
That over and over and over and over again, it'll humble you down.
All right.
Constant rejection, it does. It humbles you. Then you finally get something, you appreciate it and you're grateful. Like it's crazy to see. Like it was crazy to watch her go through all this. Right. It was a bug out for me too. You know what I mean? And that's what I learned. I had to tell her, like, I had to give her quite a few pep talks about it. Yeah. I said, so clearly, this has very little to do with your talent. Because you saw her in Law and Order to Genesis, she can cry on command. That takes talent.
Yeah. That takes talent. You hear about them, like I don't know if it was true, but them using the onions to get them to cry. for certain scenes. For her to be able to do that, like, yeah. Snuggles is asking, do you ever think you will want to go on the other end of the camera?
You mean like directing and stuff? Yeah, definitely.
And also, they also asked, do you think you have the ability to write scripts?
Oh, of course. I got scripts already. So yeah, definitely. Stuff I'm working on. As a matter of fact, I told Madrell I'll write a script about some of his dating experiences. Because I was like, really? yeah, definitely. I got some scripts and stuff coming. I wrote a short. As a matter of fact, last year I went to Hawaii for the first time, and it was so dope. And so I put together like a really short film, like it's just a short script, and like shot it out there. It's pretty dope. I still got to edit it all together, but I'm planning on put that like in some film festivals. So it was really nice.
Okay. Another question. Actually, a couple questions. Celebrity parties. Have you attended any? Do you attend regularly?
I have been to like what they call like the galas and receptions and stuff like that they do. And a lot of times
the galas.
They do like rap parties and stuff like that. Party like to when they wrapped up the show, like they filmed all the episodes for the season. They do like a rap party. I've been to a couple of those, and they they are what they are. I'll say that. For the most part, a lot of times it's like cliquish, and what I mean by cliquish is people like group up with who they know. It's either that, or for the ones who don't really know anyone there, they try and make it seem like they're someone important by standing in the corner and just being in their phone the whole time. Or it's either that, or like you'll see like when a celebrity is there, usually they're talking to people who like they know. So it's not really like a environment where like everybody's just like, really, really trying to network and meet one another. It's just we all here. It's almost like, when you go to a club, and you talk to your homegirls, and like the dudes over there, they talking to their homeboys, like everybody's just talking to who they know. Like nobody's really trying to talk and get to know other people.
They're wasting time and not taking advantage of this opportunity that they have, because you're supposed to be meeting the new people, because you don't know who the other person knows, And Snuggles, shut up. Snuggles never. That's the person who never cams up, by the way.
Right.
Ever. But Snuggles will go to the Great Pill podcast and troll all day. Like Snuggles is to Great Pill as Miss Creative is to Mandrell. They'll just sit there and troll me. She'll just sit there and troll me all day. Like even when we're on other platforms, and she's in the comment section, she will troll me there too.
Really?
If I'm on another platform, she sees it. Miss Creative would troll me there too. I'm just like, what?
You have given Miss Creative a hard time. So
I have not. I asked her out on a date, and she thinks it's weird that I asked her out on a date. I don't know what that means.
Oh,
Miss Creative. I don't know what that means. How's that strange? You've never seen me. And
so Snuggles has a bunch of questions, a lot of good questions.
Snuggles, stop asking my sister questions. Other people want to ask stuff. What is the
importance of building up a network in your line of work?
Wow.
The network is crucial, because who you know trumps your talent and even trumps looks for the most part. Because if you know the right people, they would definitely plug you. So building relationships is important, and not just who you know, but who your representation knows, like who your talent manager, who they know, what relationships they have. Because let's say I'm in an audition and I'm up against another actress. I'm talking about my performance can blow her out the water. You hear me? But the other actress I'm up against, her agent and the director, like their kids go to the same private school, or like, they meet up for brunch or something like that every Sunday or something. They have some kind of rapport that actress is going to get the role over me, because if the actress gets the role, her agent gets the commission.
Okay.
See what I'm saying? So, you know, who you know matters a lot. Let me see, what other questions he said. Do you think you would ever want to work outside of the U.S. for acting? I've auditioned for some things outside of the U.S. And so, you know, I mean, if it's a great opportunity, definitely, you know, I would take it.
Okay.
And what are your thoughts on Nollywood
and Bollywood?
Nollywood, I've seen some Nollywood projects that, as far as film, they still got some work to do, I think. But matter of fact, a couple of months ago, I saw this play. It's called Nollywood Dreams. And it was really, really good. Like, all the actors, you know, of course, they had the African accents and stuff like that, but it was funny. They had great comedic timing. Like, it was all on point. And so yeah, I enjoy it. Long story short. So have you ever been asked to audition for a music video? I've auditioned for music videos before.
We saw that look on your face when you answered that.
I've done a music video before, as a matter of fact, and it was actually pretty dope. It's for independent artists, and like, I didn't do anything like, you know, like provocative, but it was pretty cool. I do remember though, like when I first finished film school, like, you know, they had a lot of music video auditions around then, and when I say, like, that was some of the most ghetto, I'm talking about most hood audition spots I was like ever. Like, you see like people who they ain't even auditioning, but they may be friends with like the director or like maybe with the artist or something like that, and they be sitting up there smoking weed outside. I'm just like, this is really what we're doing, and this is just the audition. I'm like, oh my God. Yeah, no, I don't know if I'll be participating in this. Like, you know what? You ain't gotta worry about calling me. You ain't gotta worry about it. I just, one less actress you gotta worry about considering. I'll walk out, I'll leave. Oh, he had to look, because what is the meaning of trolling? I never understood the nature of the word, or does it go in accordance with the dictionary terminology?
What is it?
Trolling? What's the meaning of trolling? So, like, when they say you're trolling someone, you're
what he does a great deal all the time.
Basically, you're teasing them. You're being
saying negative things.
Yeah, just to get a rise out of them.
Right.
Like she said, you're teasing them, basically.
Opposing comments.
Right. Just having for no reason, like Miss Creative does to me all the time. Like, I'll come with an observation, or I'll like, Mandrell, what have you experienced with X, Y, and Z? Here's what I experienced, right? Now, Mandrell, what do you think? What do you personally think about this? Well, here's what I think. And then Miss Creative will say something like, oh, his opinion just changes with the wind. No, those are two different questions. I paid no attention, but in my mind, I'm going through this, and I think she knows it. That's why she keeps doing it. Like, I'll be here on this platform. Genesis asked me, now, Mandrell, what do you think of this scenario? This is what I think about it. And then I might go to Sir Hills and say, Mandrell, what if you notice when this scenario comes up? Well, here's what I noticed. Now, these are two completely different questions. And Miss Creative, oh, there he is again, just changing his answer. Mandrell is so inconsistent. I'm like, Miss Creative, leave me alone. Is that a thing when filming?
So Luke Casley asks, is height a thing when filming? I hear most men actors are generally not tall.
That's true. Yeah, and that plays a part too in terms of the casting process. Because if you're taller than the leading man, then more than likely you're not going to play the leading lady.
Like that time you ran into Kevin Hart. Y'all sitting there chopping it up.
Yeah, Kevin Hart is super short.
Super short. He's shorter than he appears in those movies.
I'm like 5'5". He has to be at least about 5'3", about 5'2", 5'3". He's like super short. And as a matter of fact, the picture I took with him, the selfie we took,
you were kneeling.
I'm actually kneeling. Like, what's up?
Wow.
He was like, you tell him stand up. I am.
Okay.
Right. See, they joke at me about being short all the time,
Right.
but I'm taller than you.
Sure.
You know.
And another thing that they do, Luke Casey, like say for instance, like for Kevin Hart, well, for him, because he makes it no secret, he doesn't hide the fact that he's short. A lot of times, his leading ladies, like they can be taller than him. You know what I'm saying? Because he doesn't make it a secret. Like for someone like Tom Cruise isn't that tall. And so it was like known forever that like they would stand him on what they call an apple box, and then what that is just a box you stand on, and it makes you like taller, like higher than his leading ladies, like when they doing close-ups and stuff like that, so that he would appear taller.
Robert Downey Jr. had the same thing because he was wearing heels because he was standing next to Chris Evans, who was like taller than him. So it's like, you know, you have Captain America, you have Iron Man,
they would do that. They would do something like that too.
Yeah.
Oh wait. Miss Craig. So how many industry parties do you go to? I haven't been to one since the pandemic hit, but I used to go to quite a few. Because I was on my networking joint for a minute, like, and I hate that my Instagram ended up getting hacked, and the hacker deleted it. But like I had like pictures from like all kind of stuff I used to go to, screenings, like red carpet events, like all kind of stuff. Like
she was hurt. She was actually hurt by that one. Her feelings were actually hurt.
Yeah,
I could tell you, I could hear in her voice. Her feelings were hurt with that one.
Yeah,
she put a lot into it. And she had a lot of followers.
Yeah, I put a lot into that account, a lot into my account.
And and she had a lot of followers. She had thousands of them, and to have it taken away like that, like I felt for her. I was like, oh man, all that work. You know what I'm saying? It kind of made me sick to my stomach. But Genesis, yes, my sister and I, we've always been close. We've always been tight like glue. I mean, she used to look up to me. I don't know how she feels about it anymore, but I mean, it's not, it's cool being a role model. Little punks like that looking up to you. Luke Hazley, it is cool to be a role model. Yes, I am my sister's role model.
Oh no,
I am.
You have to let her say that.
No, I don't. She knows it's true, and so do I. That's all that matters.
You have to let her say that.
She said Kevin Hart is 5'2". Yes.
Hey, Marcus. Don't
speak to him. Don't do that.
Is it Kevin Hart is 5'2"? Yeah, he's super short. Like he's super short. Like I mean, he's cool though. He's cool. I told you, I'm 5'5".
Yeah. Now that one you can like. You can like Luke Hazley and Jenny Morena. You're allowed to like them. They're cool people. I love them to death. I was at my debut show. I was on Security Boss's show, right? And she asked me, "You have any last words?" I said, "Yeah, one more." I said some final words. I said, "One more, Security Boss." She said, "What?" I said, "Right. To Luke Hazley, I've seen you on like every platform known to man. Tonight's my debut show. I would be very grateful if you would come and support mine." And that was my first show, right? And when I started, like later on, I saw Luke Hazley there. She showed up, and she's been coming ever since. She supported my content ever since. Yeah, it was.
Sir Hale says you didn't get your sister's account back. #fail. Shake my head. That's right. That's right.
Look, Sir Hale, I have not worked IT for 20 years. Okay, I have not done that. So
you've been grilling him all day, man. That's like
when it happened. I called him. I was like, "You can't hack nothing. You don't know, take all that. You can't take any of that information, and hack the hacker. I know you know how to do it." He was
Instagram different. Their security is dumb. Like it's dumb hard. Like you have to be a full-time hacker to get through that. That takes real effort and expertise that I just don't have. Like the people who hack Instagram and all that, they're serious with it.
Wow.
They are. Those are people that the government goes and recruits to come work for them. It takes a hacker like that to get through all that stuff, man. That's beyond me. I wish I could. You know me. You know I would if I could, but all you had to do is say the word. But golly.
That was my feelings. I'm talking about.
Yeah, and I hated to see her like that, Genesis. I really did. Hated to see her. Her feelings are hurt because I don't like that. My sister's feelings hurt. I don't like that. I mean, I really don't. I'd rather you hurt me.
Wow.
Seriously, hurt me. I'd rather do that.
It's good that you're protective over your sister, though.
Yeah, I love it to death.
Yes. Get your sister's count back. All that tough talk, right?
You know, this is probably the only time we've seen a softer side of Mandrell.
What do you mean? What softer
You know,
side?
that's one of those. That's one of the things that we say that, you know, when he's, you know, talking about dating, we're like, Mandrell, you got to work on your soft skills.
Oh,
but
wow.
When he's talking to you or he's talking about you, we see a different Mandrell.
No, you don't. There's no different me.
There is definitely.
She doesn't make me soft.
She does.
No, she doesn't. No one does.
She does. Look at him blushing over there.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. I mean, we've been close all our lives for a reason. There's a special connection there because we have a connection that I don't see many siblings having. Like she's had boyfriends that have been jealous of our relationship, and they find it weird and sad. But they say, "I wish I had a relationship like that with my brother. I wish me and my brother was close like that."
You know, it's so funny. I said something one time.
And they do the thing with the lip.
Because I said,
you know, when the lip goes up and down.
This dude I was dating one time, I said, "You just mad because my brother loved me more than your brother loved you," and he actually got mad about it.
Snuggles is bringing the heat tonight with the questions. Snuggles said, if you get yourself into a relationship, what are the requirements needed for that man, and what will you do for that man?
Snuggles better watch yourself.
Hey,
word. You're getting way too personal.
Stop blocking, bro.
You're getting way too personal, and he knows too much about New York.
That person, hey, her Boaz might be listening. Her Boaz might see this conversation.
Snuggles ain't the Boaz.
Snuggles might be the Boaz, but the Boaz might see it when he Google her.
And then I look right now. I'm gonna fly to Chicago.
These are her requirements. I don't meet it. Let me keep on pushing.
Gotcha. And I'm gonna
or I do. So let me pursue her.
And when this happens, Genesis, I'm gonna fly to Chicago, pick you up. We're gonna then fly to New York, and we're gonna jump the shit out of whoever this person is. I'm gonna require that you do this with me, Genesis.
And not Snuggles.
Since you put her up here.
We don't know if Snuggles is a male or a female.
It's a white woman.
The white one.
It's a white woman.
Mike, what are you talking about?
Wait, no. I mean, seriously, you guys don't know?
What?
No.
Snuggles
is a white woman.
No, it's not.
It is a white woman.
Look, my sister ain't into that kind of stuff, Snuggles.
No, but she's ally.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead and answer the question.
I've seen Snuggles on everybody's show, but I've never actually seen Snuggles.
Yeah, I've heard her. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead and answer the question, I guess.
So, what would be your requirements for a man?
Mm-hmm.
And what can the man expect from you?
Now
she blushing.
What are my requirements? I'm looking for someone who is like responsible. A man who really is secure in himself. Because I've dealt with guys who've been jealous, and it's just like, come on. And I just feel like I'm always trying to prove that, you know, my loyalty to guys like that. But anyway, I want someone who is responsible, who, you know, who can make me feel secure, and who's going to be a protector, provider, all that. So, yeah.
Okay. And what can they get from you, or who are you in the relationship?
I'm all big on respect. Like that's a big thing for me. I don't mind
that I like over there.
I can work with you. And I'm all about giving respect and because I give respect, I expect it in return. Also, I don't know. I mean, I could say, I mean, you respect and cooperation. I work with you. You know what I mean? Like, that's the biggest two things. Like, because as far as like, you know, like my love language, I'm very affectionate. And I guess you can say I like doing like things like sweet things, like I write poems or like, you know,
Acts of service.
So yeah, that's it. Acts of service. So yeah. That's my
Okay.
I'm mad at Mike knows this stuff. Like he said he want to take a note. So you say, okay, run it for the people in the cheap seats.
I'm very observant.
Tell us one more time. What are your requirements for a man? Because the guy got a mind.
I guess I'm looking for somebody. Really, I am looking for somebody like my father, with qualities like my father. I really.
Why would you want him to be like daddy?
My father. I said with qualities like my father.
Oh, okay. So you don't want him to be mute.
He wasn't mute. Like my dad.
Right. He talked to you. He talked to you. He barked orders at me.
My father was like he was a man of
Daddy's little girl.
You know what I'm saying? He was a man of very few words.
That's true.
But like he was cooler than a fan. Like cooler than a fan. Like rare was it that my father actually got mad. And you always knew that he was upset when he cursed because my daddy didn't curse. If he said a curse word, you knew he was mad.
All right, how did Mandrell?
He mad. You know what I'm saying? And like it's just my father was, when I say we could see the progression, like from an economic standpoint that he took us through when he got his. I'm not sure. I don't think I was born yet when he got his bachelor's degree, but I definitely was.
You weren't, because I wasn't either. I wasn't either.
I definitely was in the picture when he got his master's degree, because I remember when he finished, and he got his license in counseling. Like he had starting his own practice, like, you know, and we went from you know, a little small home in a, you know, like a, I guess you could say it was like a middle class neighborhood, and moved to a house in a more upper middle class neighborhood. And like, you know, you could see the progression, like just you know, you could see it build, and like the kind of the relationship dynamic that my parents had. Like, I'm not gonna say that my parents had the perfect marriage, because I'm pretty sure they had their disagreements and they had their issues like every other couple does. But they were the perfect example of how a marriage works when the couple work together. Like my father was, and even when it came down to me and my brother, my father, certain things he handled, certain things, you know, he took on that responsibility. And then there were certain things that my mom took care of. There was her responsibility. And like, you know, when it came to the finances, when I say we didn't know until my father had passed away that my mom and dad had every kind of insurance available to man. You understand what I'm saying? With the kind of things you can do when you put your money together. And another thing too, when I say like my daddy was that protector, provider, all of that, like he showed up 100% a man. And not only that too, he showed me that the hallmark of a man is not where the well-being of his, not only the well-being of his family, like once he's alive, but once they pass on. My mom ain't hurting for nothing. You hear me? My father my father passed in December 2007. My mom, she may have worked a total of maybe a year and a half after my father passed,
because she wanted to.
Once all the paperwork and stuff like that, you know what I'm saying, and got going, and she got everything situated. My mama retired out and ain't been back to work since. Still in her same house, still got cars in the driveway.
Too many cars.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
My daddy took care of it. And that's what I'm looking for. Not a man who's gonna be a blame. Well, that ain't my responsibility. What's she gonna do for me?
Like love.
Like, no.
Like love. Ain't nobody got time for that.
Right. Even when my grandfathers passed away, my father's parents, they divorced. Well, they never divorced. They just separated. They never divorced. But like, you know, my grandmother had her own house. My grandfather had his own house, but I could still remember my grandfather coming over to my grandmother's house, and he would cut her grass. He would fix on her appliances. If anything broke, he fixed it. And when he passed away, he had a policy in place that paid her house off so that she would have somewhere to be, so that that responsibility didn't fall back on my father and, you know, my aunts and uncles.
Wow.
Like, that's, you know, to me, that is a man.
That's the stock we come
So
from.
like, so to me, yes,
that's how it's supposed to be.
Hard. It's
right.
like, why are you single?
It's supposed to be.
I haven't found that yet. I haven't.
You know, and that's
Thank
the
you.
tough part. That's kind of where what I was trying to explain to you all, Mandrill, like how I was saying, you know, my father and other girls, your father is like your first boyfriend, and they tell you, they set the standard for how you're supposed to be treated by the men in your life once you get to dating and marriage. And my father, I think, set the bar so high that once I got into the dating world, you know, it was unrealistic, because it's like, okay, what man is going to be able to follow this? Well, when you're young in your 20s, you know, none of y'all got any money, so y'all all broke. But now that you're older, I'm like, okay, my dad started working when he was 12. I never saw him without a job. I never saw him, you know, without a car, without the necessities. We took, you know, vacations, you know, during the summer and all through the year. And, you know, if my parents struggled financially, then they shielded us from that. We never knew that. So then when you're out here in the dating world and you have a dad who did what dads are supposed to do, and you see the men and they're trying to offer you something less than what you've seen, then you're like, oh no, this ain't what I saw my daddy doing. Or, you know, like she's saying, your dad and your grandfather, they set up their wives so that they would be okay, you know, should something happen to them. When they were alive, they took care of their families. So then when you have guys that are approaching you and they're saying that, you know, they're not, basically saying that they're not capable of taking care of their family because they need your help, or they looking for you to do this, that, or the third, then you're like, no, I think I think on that. I'm
see, Genesis, when I talk to women, like my last relationship, when we were ironing out the whole thing with marriage, I said, okay, there's this kind of insurance. She said, why are you, we were going over the stuff. She's like, wait, why are you planning on getting so much insurance? I said, well, okay, we're married, right? So if I die, this policy takes care of this, that policy takes care of that, this policy over here takes care of those things over there. No, why would you want to do all that? I mean, my thing is like, my thing is this though, Genesis.
Are missing that.
The thing is, Genesis, my question is, why are you arguing with me? That was my question. I was shocked. I said, wait, what? Why would you not want it? And you don't have to do all that. This is what I'm doing.
I never forget this. At my father's funeral, my uncle came to me, and this is my mama's brother.
Uncle Ernest?
Uncle Ernest, he came to me and said, your father was a good man. Never accept a man less than your daddy.
That part.
You know what I'm saying?
That's our mother's brother.
Especially when you gotta see a man out here who have either, like I said, haven't had an example set for them, or they grew up in single parent households because, or either they haven't had an example or the example was set for them that it wasn't a great one. The problem is, they're out here and they're just kind of winging it. You know what I mean? Like they're trying to find out. I get it. Everybody has a phase in life where they're trying to, figure out who they are and where they're trying to go in life and stuff like that. But you have a lot of guys out here who all they know is they're assigned a certain role in a relationship, but they don't really know how to perform or carry out the role because they haven't been given the tools to do so. but I can say this. I can respect. I get everybody didn't grow up the same. I get that. Not everybody got what they needed from their parents, and that's. But I can respect any man, or any woman for that example. For that point, I can respect anybody who takes the time to acquire the tools and the resources that they need to become the person that they want to be. That I can respect. What I cannot respect is someone who's trying to assume a role that they know absolutely nothing about and have absolutely no clue what they're doing. Because then where are you leading me? You lead me off a cliff. And you won't follow that? That's my only question.
I say, but then we're selfish if we say,
Genesis.
I'm quick to say, I'm not going down with the ship.
Right.
No,
Genesis.
I'm jumping overboard. I'm in the lifeboat. I'm gonna save myself. Sorry.
Mike, what's your
So no, I want to go because you guys made a very good point, but like what Mandrell's talking about, like my father's from that. My father's like 65 years old, but like he's a pastor, but also he's in the Navy and everything, and but all those things that you're talking about, like he trained me to be that, but and I don't know, like when we do that for women, it's like they kind of say they reject that because either it's not that we're trying to take control, but I don't know whether it's just fear or just like why you gotta do this for me and all this stuff. I'm like that's what I'm supposed to do. So it's just like what is the thing that pushback? And it's not saying you always so traditional, old fashioned, like sit down, don't do nothing, whatever, shut up and make me a sandwich and mess. I'm not saying that, but just like I got things taken care of. But then just like when you're not letting me do that, then like what am I here for? Like,
yes, thank you, Jedi. Exactly. Like even to this day, I get that question. I'm like, okay, like my last relationship, Shumerria, I ended up asking her, I was okay, so you don't want me to assume the father role and do a father's job in your child's life. You don't want me to get these insurance policies to set you up to be okay once I'm gone. You want everything to run just the way it is. The only difference is we're living together. What am I here for?
That you want a girlfriend.
What's the point of, what's the point of getting married? Yeah. Like, and I don't get that. See, for me, Genesis, like what she described, our father was, that's the standard. That's what I'm supposed to do. That's what I was taught to do. And I was taught to do it. Listen, you take care of your family, man.
Yeah.
Period. I don't care if it kills you. You set your family. Daddy didn't talk a whole lot to me because he wasn't a talkative guy. Right. But when he taught me lessons, I listened because he didn't say much. So if he's talking to me, it's got to be important. Right. He told me, listen, I don't care if it kills you. You make sure your family okay.
Right.
Period. He said, everything else is bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Don't let nothing come between you and taking care of your family.
Right.
So I think that's the first time I ever told anybody that out loud.
Right.
But and my thing is, okay, when your father tells you that, and I was looking forward to more lessons like that as a grown man, like having a relationship with daddy as a man, you know what I'm saying? Right. But unfortunately he passed, and like I told you, I felt gypped. I felt cheated. I was pissed off about that for a long time. I was pissed.
Right, yeah.
So you get lessons like that, and that's what you've been taught, and that's what I've seen in all the men in our family. Same thing. Yeah, they get married to these women. They take care of the men in our family take care of their women even in death.
That the biggest lesson too about father's parents. Now they had a really tumultuous relathey
toxic.
They really did not need to be together. Like
they didn't. They didn't. Because they were both hellraisers.
They was just like
they were both hellraisers.
Always going back and forth. But my grandfather still took care of her. He still made sure she was okay.
Came over, and like she said, cut the grass, walked in the house, saw if anything needed to be fixed.
At their own families, they all married off, but he's still showing up.
He would walk in her house. He'd go to her house, cut her grass, walk around the house, see if anything was broken, needed to be fixed.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? The thing is, that's still the mother of his children.
Right.
And that's what it was about. That's the mother of his children. That woman has a title, and she's in his life forever.
Yeah.
And that's what you do when you have that kind of a bond with somebody.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And so, you know, she says, but then you tell women that this is what you're about. They run.
They run. Thank you.
I'm not kidding, Genesis. Like, these chicks today, they run for the hills.
But on the flip side, for us as women, though, at least in my experience, if I as a woman say, you know, the very same thing you guys say about the men, you know, about how my father took care of his family or something like that, then they're running in the other direction. Oh, they don't hear that. Or you get I ain't your daddy. You can't.
Here's the thing. Hold on. But Genesis, here's the thing, Genesis. You have to understand that would take effort on my part.
Right.
Okay. So, you know, you either take what I give you or you can leave. And I strongly recommend you leave. I tell my sister that. Yeah, right. I tell my sister that.
I learned to run, like Shumerria said. You know how to weed out those guys. Okay, when I hear this,
right, like
I'm gonna exit stage left, sir.
Right. Or like if I ask the question, I say, okay, do you believe in marriage? Like first I'll say, do you believe in marriage? Because you have guys who they give you this whole spiel about, oh yeah, I don't believe in the institution of marriage. Okay.
I'm married to the earth.
Yeah. Right. This is nice, but we don't.
They don't believe in the institution of marriage, but they want you to perform like you're a wife.
Yeah,
right. Like,
we go with the flow and all stuff. I'm just like, no,
exactly.
No.
Like, no. Thank you. No, we're looking for the same thing.
Yeah, the thing is,
I don't know. Like, is it a Southern thing? I don't know. Like,
it's not a Southern thing.
I don't think. Here's the thing. I don't think it's a Southern thing, man. It's just listen. And women keep asking. The thing is, women keep asking. But here's the thing. Yeah. Women keep asking, like, where are the men like that at? Where are they? Well, why don't you do that? I'm like, you're not my wife. Understand? Wives get that kind of treatment. I'm not doing that for you until you take my last name. I have to take your name? Yes. Yes, you do. What are you talking about? It is so mind-boggling. It's to stagger the imagination. You want what you want, but you want me to do all the things I'm supposed to do. What about the things I want, though? I want you to take my last name.
What about me, though? What about me?
You're getting all this shit. I'm taking care. I am going to take care of you.
I think you're not listening to me. What about me, though? I feel like you're not listening.
That's what they're saying to you too, John.
That's what they're saying. Yes, that's what they're saying. That's exactly what they're saying.
I understand what you feel, but
the thing is, Genesis, you can when you're talking to him, Genesis, you list off all. The only thing you're mentioning are the things I'm going to do for her. That's all I'm listening off. She's like, I understand what you're saying, but what about me? What about me? I'm like, I just listed like 2,000 things that I'm going to do for you. How are you listening to what I'm saying and still got that question? Am I missing something here? I mean, good God, people.
And all I asked is just for a fucking phone call. Not just like, hey, and that's too much for you? Oh, I'm tired.
Right. Just call me every now and then. Right. Just call me I tell you what you do. You call me twice a week. Twice a week? Why can't you call me? I'm going to call you sometimes, but you call me twice a week. Why I got to do all the calling? I just said I will be calling you sometimes, but there's some days where I'm going to be really busy. I'm going to have shit to do, and I might forget. Why would you forget? Again, I got shit to do. You want all this shit I'm talking about bringing to the marriage? Yes, that takes effort. That takes persistence. That takes focus.
Oh, God.
Okay, and sometimes you're gonna have to take a back seat to that.
All right.
You want it? Yes. Then chill out. I mean, I'm just like Genesis. They force you to talk to them like that. They do.
And then when they get it, and then when they get it, and then get pushback, it's like, yeah, why you call me all the time? I'm like, you said call you in the morning and this like that. So I'm like, what? You told me to do like
right. You told me to do this now. I mean.
I'm not trying to be funny. Like, this is serious. Like
he's dead serious. This is what we're dealing with, Genesis. Only thing I'm doing is listing all things I'm gonna do for them.
Like,
and then, what about me though? What about you?
You said something that was kind of a red flag when you said you're gonna be busy and they're gonna have to take a back seat to that, or you might forget to call. That's the red flag for a woman.
Here's the thing.
I'll forget to call, which means I'm forgetting about you.
No, well, Genesis, if I'm working all day and I'm not done doing stuff like YouTube until 1 a.m, you're asleep. You don't want me to call you at 1 a.m.
Well, I don't think that's what they're meaning.
That's what they mean.
If you're dating somebody, okay, you can't call, you can't talk on the phone or something like that. Men will love to act like they so busy, but they have time to do whatever it is they want to do when they want to do it.
I don't want to do this stuff.
You got 60 seconds or 30 seconds to say,
see, there it is,
hey,
Mike.
I just thought about you. Call and say hello, click. I'm gone.
They know full well they're not going to accept that. That ain't going to be enough. They know full well. Genesis. Come on now, Genesis. Thank you. Yeah.
Sir Harris said a man's work and purpose come first. Oh,
Genesis,
geez.
come on. Now you know full well you're going to get tired.
Gabriel is right.
Genesis, you know that 60 seconds.
If I may do this,
that 60 second stuff is going to wear thin.
I'm going to tell you this. I'm going to tell you this because there's a recent situation that happened to me that you and Mandrell know about. That because of it, I'm doing a lot of good things have happened in my life. Because of that, I took all those feelings, emotions, and I'm starting my business. That'll be launching this weekend, all this stuff, and all these other things, right? And I'm working on my website. Like Mandrell, they all know what's going on. But the thing is funny is that a man who lacks ambition is a lost man. A man who lacks purpose, is not a stable man. And a man, and with that comes not him being not stable, is him being uncertain. A man being uncertain leads to your demise, right? So when you have those times when he said he's just doing something for him, like I might just be alone in my room, whatever, like that. That's only not for only his security, but for you, because we don't have the luxury to relax and just fall on our back for it, because we're covering you. Right. Mm-hmm. And it's not talking about, oh, you're weak or you're you can't do anything. It's that we are covering you. And the thing about this is funny that when women say they want a working man, they want especially when you hear all this 9 to 5, all this stuff, we're not even getting to that. Just saying a man on his purpose. And then when he does that, unfortunately, I have to have my purpose above you, because if I failed at my purpose and I fail you, if I'm solely focused on you, it becomes idolatry. So to me, I'm unstable. I'm not focused on the real mission in terms of the overall family, or i.e. legacy and foundation, because I know I'm not immortal, neither are you. So if I'm not focused on my purpose and then I'm dead in the grave tomorrow, then what happened? If I have nothing to give to you, especially live long when I'm buried and cross over, so that's the thing that a lot of women just do not understand. And when we're being direct with you, talking about this, it's just yes, you've dealt with some men who are not on their purpose. You dealt with some BNAs, acronym. But you dealt with men who not, who are lack sexual discipline, all this stuff. But it's funny, it's so sad, especially for our Black women, when they're so used to losing, they don't realize they won. So it just and it breaks my heart, because I know for a fact that you got women Shushu and Genesis, obviously you are transparent, being honest. But when we come to our perspective, this is what we're telling you is I think the fact that when we lack self-awareness sometimes, realize hey, I don't have to be on attack mode all the time, and I don't have to be on my guard and stuff. And yes, it's a risk, but I'm telling you that if you so focus on that, you never realize when you actually won.
You got 60 seconds to just give me a call, Genesis.
Absolutely.
That's gonna run thin. You know that.
I still think that.
You can get tired of that.
Because if she understands what the purpose is, okay.
I agree with Jedi.
Huh? What you saying?
I said I agree with Jedi. I agree with Jedi.
No, 30 seconds. If she understands the purpose, or you've had that conversation with her, okay, I'm doing this for the betterment of the family, or to prepare, or whatever, then she should be understanding of that. So if you don't have time to talk on the phone, even now with advances in technology, talking on the phone isn't the only way to get a message to somebody. If it were a text message, an email, or something, just to let her know that you thought of her, and then go on to your business of whatever it is you're doing.
And you know what you're gonna do. And wait, Jedi, you know what you're gonna say?
Something outside of work, whether it was you took a bathroom break. Okay, I'm gonna take 30 seconds on my way on my walk to the bathroom to let her know I'm thinking.
Can I say something? May I say something?
1 second, Marcus. Now, once we do that, Genesis, it's only a matter of time before you say, "Oh, nice to know you took 5 minutes out of your time with that bitch to give me a phone call or a text message."
If you've had that conversation, then she already understands.
Such colorful words.
What's colorful
it's the
words,
truth, though.
Marcus?
Mandrell's mouth.
You're probably somewhere with that bitch. Oh, hold on a thing. If y'all wondering where I got my mouth from, because Shumerria obviously took a lot from my dad. I took the looks. If you saw a picture of my dad, you'd be like, wow.
Okay.
Wow. Twin.
Says no one ever.
Yeah, it said no. It says everyone. Like we'd be and then my dad looked so young. Everyone thought we were brothers. We were out by ourselves when we were out together. They thought we were brothers. But yeah, where I get my mouth from, I get it from my mama.
Jenny Morena said, hold on, let me get hers. That was Snuggles. I don't think they want to understand. They just want to be needed at that particular moment. Dating in 2022 is about self-fulfillment and only self.
Thank you, Jenny Morena. Like I said, Shumerria, I told you, Jenny Morena is the perfect woman. That woman is perfect. And perfect women get married. So she's married and has a family. Mm-hmm. Respect, Jenny. You know I love you. But see, you don't get women talking like that. That's a woman who understands because she's married to a veteran, no less. Okay, my brother at arms.
If you want to go there,
Well, to Snuggles real quick. I'm an equal opportunist.
I will do it. So you want to do it?
I have experience with other cultures.
People on the panel have experience with other cultures of men and women, and have you ever seen?
I like chocolate.
Each other, yes or no? Mm-hmm. If so, please explain.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
You like chocolate, and what else?
I like chocolate. I like chocolate. I accept. I'm an equal opportunist. I accept. I'm an equal opportunist.
Now watch out, Shumerria. Wait, now watch out, Shumerria. Marcus,
I'm not doing nothing. What are you talking about?
Marcus says some shit sometimes to make me think he like his chocolate with nuts in it.
No, I don't know about that. Sir. Listen, last I checked, you got something in your mouth. I don't got nothing in my mouth. Listen, just making sure. Ain't nothing wrong with some Hershey's chocolate, but I don't put nuts in mine. All right.
I'm just saying, Marcus. You said some shit, and I'm like,
nah, don't look at me like that. E-Man, you get that face with E-Man, not me.
Yeah, that's true. E-Man too. E-Man be full of cap. The megaton levels of cap, that's reserved for E-Man. I love the name, by the way.
No, well, I just wanted to come in because I heard y'all talking about family and how y'all look for each other out, and the years have changed, right? Like I was doing that for my sister recently when she was trying to date some guy from stateside to stateside, and I was like, you don't really know this dude. My sister, she's deaf and mute, so I feel like I'm overprotective at times from her. Because there's that thing where it kind of used to get me more afraid because I was the one being looked at as the one that I got to watch out for her even in times of need. Or if she would text me, if I didn't know sign language, we'd text each other. So it's cool that Mandrell does that for you still because that is important to have because it shows that kind of character and that kind of person from man to man. So it's much needed. Nowadays, I don't really see it that much in these younger kids. No offense to Jedi. I don't count him as a kid. He's a young man. So, a lot of kids nowadays, they just want to whip out the phone and be cool and want to think, hey, you want to sound rude and be a smart ass and just not have this common decency or decorum, as Jedi Mind likes to say, So I just appreciate that y'all talking about this kind of stuff because that's stuff that I do respect because it's much needed.
Yeah, that's true. Family is big for Marcus. Like that's one of the many things that he and I kind of bond over, talking about family and respect and things like that. He and I have actually bonded over that, among many other topics too.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
I mess with Marcus a lot, but Marcus is a stand-up guy. You know.
Yeah, because like a lot of people don't know, because I was talking to Jedi behind the scenes, but like my Mother's Day was my mother having to spend the day in the hospital because she got sick. So I was there for her. My father doesn't live here anymore with us. He has his own family in another country. This is a few years back. He finally reached out to me after a while. We hadn't talked for a bit, but I'm glad he's okay. You know, he has a new baby. I'm not petty or not angry about it. I just understand because
Father, you said has
my
a new baby?
yes, my father, yeah, my older, yes.
Oh.
Yeah, he moved on because my parents, they separated after they had when I came back. Remember Genesis time about after military, they were separating and going through a split up, and
right.
You know, so he left a few years back. He found another woman that he was over there with, and I guess they got together and got married. So that's him over there, and I wish him the best. I still pray for him, but I'm still here attentive towards my mother and my little sister whenever they need. Even though they're grown, my sister kind of told me, "Hey, you're not my father." I was like, "All right, fine. I'm your brother, though. Don't forget that either. Don't get it twisted. Because if that dude doesn't come into this house, you know, if he comes, not correct, I got to check him. So, you know, he better treat you with some respect, and he better treat, your family with respect, because the way a person treats their family says a lot about them. So I got to see that too. So I'll leave it at that, though. I like how you guys are talking about, especially with, the levels of cap a little bit.
Levels of cap. Not levels of cap. But yeah, family is most definitely important. I'm glad it was able to come out during this conversation. We have these, conversations about life and, about career and dating and stuff like that. And we rarely get to the bones of, how our thoughts are formed, and going back to our parents and, what we saw. And in these spaces, a lot of people are talking about their own personal experiences and not necessarily going back and talking about, things like you guys were talking about your parents' relationship, your grandparents' relationship on both sides. Like, okay, this is where my father learned and my father taught me. It's missing from so many households nowadays, which is sad.
Yeah.
I hate that those people don't, get to experience that or or glean those little nuggets that you get from the parents and the grandparents when they're doing the things that they're supposed to.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Do you guys think you guys I'm just gonna say it, right? You think us growing up now, we've carried some of the, I guess, emotional maybe scars that we take in that we went through with our parents, maybe like stuff that, like Mandrell said, when y'all father passed away, respectfully, there was stuff that he said he felt that he resented because it's like he was ticked that, the life took away your father. Right. And he said he goes in resentment. Do you guys ever carry any of these things with you along the way, like where it's like shoulda, woulda, coulda type stuff?
Well, I never felt resentment for him. Yeah, but I never felt resentment for him.
No, not for him. For what? Because the fact that he's gone.
Yeah. I did. I was an adult, but I was a young adult. My father only got to meet my oldest child. And I did think it was unfair because he was so young, because there were experiences that I wanted to share and have him be a part of. He luckily, because I got young, he did get a chance to walk me down the aisle. So I didn't miss out on that experience, but there were other things that I did miss out on. And actually, after my father passed, because he was the primary breadwinner. He took care of all of the financial stuff. My mother didn't have to do any of that. So she didn't know how to do any of that. Like I had to teach my mother how to balance a checkbook. And, because she was emotionally a wreck, I had to step up to the plate and kind of do the adulting part of funeral arrangements and things like that. And it was kind of like, okay, I'm too young, even though I'm an adult, I'm not adult enough to handle this.
Right. Yeah.
But I had to do what I had to do. And I felt like I was cheated. It was like, okay, well, I'm grieving too. Where's my moment to grieve? And that actually didn't come until 11 years later.
Oh, wow.
11 years later, you take a punch, you get knocked down, you pick yourself up and you keep going. So then it was, okay, this thing and that thing. And then, life is still happening. So you got to get back in the swing of things. And I never did really grieve. It wasn't until I was actually getting a divorce and was by myself for the first time in my life that I went through that moment, where I was able to actually grieve and reflect on, all the stuff that had occurred up to that point. And, it was a moment.
Right.
It's tough.
Yeah. I know. And for me, I know I often do think about just things and conversations I wish I could have with my father now. Especially like in dating and like choosing guys and now that I know what it's like living in the world and how the world really operates, you know what I mean? I just wish I could ask some questions about, is this what you meant when you said this? Or like, what do you talk? You know what I'm saying? What do you feel about this? Or like, why are things like this? Or why y'all never told me about this? You know what I'm saying? Or, it's just certain things, certain conversations I wish I could have with him, so.
Yeah. Totally relatable.
Okay. Well, I appreciate y'all opening up. Jedi, you got anything to say or no?
I said no. I'm just up here just listening. I'm just.
Say less.
Yeah, it's difficult,
Yeah, because I'm just
dating. And I asked Shumerria the question earlier. If she ever thinks when she's dating a guy, would my dad approve of this person? And I asked that because that was actually thoughts that I've had at different moments, in my dating. Like, okay, I wonder what my dad, like this person. I had actually a person I dated, my father did like. And I came back around. Like I dated the person in high school. And then as an adult, once I was single again, like, okay, my dad liked this guy, he was back around. Okay, let me see what this is, and that wasn't it. But I had that fleeting thought for a moment because, you do think about that because you think that, okay, well, my dad maybe saw qualities of himself in this person,
right?
So maybe this is something that I should reconsider.
Right. Now, I can say this. I can say my daddy stopped me from effing a dude up one time.
What?
I was going to I really did, like mess him up. And this dude I was in a relationship with, and I found out he was doing like sometimes on just some dirty, foul stuff, and I know I have been nothing but a good woman to this dude, and I had I was at his place, and I was really thinking about I was gonna tear his house up. You hear me? I was gonna tear up all his man, like tear up. I was like, I'm about to fuck this dude up. But it was an incident that happened, like something that happened like when in my senior year in college. My college sweetheart and I at the time, we were in a long distance relationship because he was having financial problems, so he dropped out of school. And so he ended up moving back to his hometown. He was from Detroit. And so I decided I was going to go see him.
Detroit.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
So I decided I was going to go take a trip to see him. And so I bought a bus ticket. And mind you, I'd never been to Detroit before. But I bought a bus ticket to go, right?
Yeah.
So I told my parents I was gonna go.
You went the extra mile.
Yeah. So listen, but I told my parents I was gonna go. I knew they weren't gonna like it, but I was like, I gotta tell them so they know I'm going. And so the night before I left, my dad came in my room. He said, "So I said, because I was packing my stuff. He was like, "Oh, get ready for you to go on your little trip tomorrow, huh?" I said, "Yes, sir." He said, "Yeah, well, I'm telling you like this. I don't like you going up there, but you're grown. You're gonna do what you want to do anyway. But I'm gonna tell you this: if you get up there and you see something you don't like, don't act a fool. Get on the bus and come home." I said, "Yes, sir." He said, "You understand me?" He said, "If you see something you don't like, get on the bus." He said, "Don't act a fool. Get on the bus and come home." I said, "Yes, sir." And that moment took me back to because stopped me from messing up this dude house.
You get up there and see something you didn't like.
He was like, "You get up there, you see something you don't like, don't act a fool. Just get on the bus and come home." I was like,
all right. So this sparks up a follow-up question to that because
let me just get my shit because I'm about to go. I'll just
okay. All right. Okay.
Yeah, you go ahead. What's your question, Marcus?
No, well, I was gonna say because I had this issue that I told this to one of my ex-girlfriends. I said, do you really love me for me, or do you just love the idea of what I represent or me, just as simple as me? I asked that question. Yeah, and it was at that time. It was like 8-9 years back, but I just asked it. It's like because she had gone through some stuff recently, and
of course she did.
And she had gone through a lot of I'm talking like serious stuff, and so I asked that question. It's like I felt like maybe I could be in the wrong, but she said, like she said she had father issues, abandonment issues. Her ex-husband had done this and that to her. And at that time, something else had happened. And the next thing you know, I just popped that question in my head because it's like, I feel like sometimes I'm just here for convenience. And so that's why I popped that question in my head. Do you guys ever feel like, hey, you just love the idea of what me is, possibility of it, or do you actually love me for who I am as a person?
You talking about what, when you're in a relationship, like with a person?
Correct.
Man, I think it depends on what place they are in life,
right?
Whether or not they're taking you seriously. Like if they are, well, no, let me go back. If a person is marriage minded,
right,
and that's what mode they're in, then they may like the idea of you if they think you're marriage material. If they are just, wanting to spend time with somebody or, just having fun, then the idea of you may be attractive.
Right. Now you do have a lot of people out here who do things because they think that that's what they're supposed to do. Like you have a lot of women who talk about getting married because not necessarily because they want to be a wife or want to be married, but it's because they think that that's what they're supposed to do.
Yeah. A lot of women do that. A lot of women feel validated by the title of
yes.
Yep.
I'm complete.
And they also weaponize it against single women.
Yeah.
Why aren't you married yet?
Yeah, or why should
it's crazy because the minute you get married, if you don't have kids, well, when are you going to have kids? It's like back off. Let things happen in their own time. But we are whole people. If we haven't taken on somebody's last name, or if we've given somebody their last name back, our status is our marital status does not define who we are, and it shouldn't take away from who we are as women if we are single, because if she is single, hopefully she's positioning herself to be a decent wife to somebody,
right?
Not just looking for a husband just to say that she has one. So her being single could be a different thing. If she's, actually focused on herself and doing the work then let her be single as long as she needs to, so that she is an asset to somebody when she becomes their wife.
I got a friend of mine. He's delusional, right? And this
in
guy,
what way?
Oh, Marcus. He took the bluest of the bluest blue pills you ever did see. Oh, clearly.
Oh my Lord.
Oh, he believes in happy wife, happy life.
Yeah.
He firmly believes in doing everything for his wife. I'm like, look, bro, you gotta have something before that. But answers to every beck and call and the whole nine. I'm just like, yo, this, yeah. As soon as he gets bored of him and wants a divorce, he's gonna be crushed.
Well, did
he get divorced? Did he get divorced?
No, not yet. But
positive thinking. Positive thinking.
But the thing is, when you see how he moves, you know that's coming. It's just how women are. You know what I'm saying? Like,
well, I would say this, like something you gotta be.
Women dealing with a dude like that, it's like who's way too nice at their every beck and call, answer their phone calls every time. Nigga, you ain't got nothing else to do
with the right woman.
Right, exactly. Because
but when you say the right woman, that ain't the kind he got.
Okay.
Oh,
what do you mean by that? What do you mean?
Oh,
wait, Shushu was making a point. Let's get her point.
I was about to say, like you said she was talking about she got daddy issues and stuff like that. You gotta be careful with women with daddy issues.
Are you talking about for me, for my ex?
Yeah, you.
Am I?
Yeah.
I'm talking, and this is for any man listening.
Yeah. No, that's true.
Got daddy issues. Because when women got daddy issues, a lot of times they kind of like off the rails because they're always looking for that father figure that they never had.
Yep.
They always looking for that.
I'm telling you, Shushu, she could not let me go. Like, she did not want to let me go to the gym. She didn't want to go to the corner of the store. She literally held on to me like if I was a teddy bear. Like, right. And it's to the point, like, I appreciated it, but at the same time, I was like, I got to have time to, want to go to work, go to the gym, take care of these errands and chores. I need time to make time with my family. I try to include her, but at the same time, it's like, it's like that stick of gum that you kind of don't like on the bottom of your shoe, but at the same time, I don't know how to put it without being so rude. It's just like I love you, but at the same time, let me breathe. Let me just breathe. Let me breathe.
Right, having your own personal space or personal time, even when you're in a relationship, is important. But I don't know. Did she trust you?
I'm gonna put it like this. All right. She says she's really, really super jealous, like crazy jealous.
Oh, well, red flag.
Yeah.
Yeah. At that time, I was like 20, 21. She was like 29.
Oh,
what?
Oh my God.
No. Yeah. No.
Yeah, and she got a kid too. She was a single mom.
Yeah, you did right to get up out of that.
Yeah.
That's my beta story. That's my blue pill.
Yeah.
That's how you know I'm not Catherine. Yeah. No, she had just turned 29 the first month that we started dating. And then after like about a month and a half of dating, I said, hey, I really like spending time with you. You're a real chill person. From what she showed me, might have looked past some red flags, but I gave it a chance. I just wanted to be a person that I don't want to judge somebody just because they had a kid, just because they had this and that. Maybe I could be that white knight in shining armor. I know, Jedi, don't get at me, bro. I get it. But it just happened. It happened, and I was just trying to be, hey, man, I like her. She's cool. She's pretty. She's Hispanic, but at the same time, I could be doing this and that. She doesn't believe in God like I do. She doesn't like going to church like I do. That was an issue. And
right.
And I never said, hey, I forced you to go to church with me. It's like, whenever you feel ready, feel comfortable, you can come with me. Sometimes I do got to go to church because I love doing that stuff. And I like, praying and stuff. And that's it. It didn't work out. I'll just say it like that.
Lead attorney here. Hope you guys are doing well.
But you know what? I used to watch Iyanla Vanzant.
Wait till we get in the back chat. Wait.
And I absolutely loved her content. And
why? I don't like her. She used to speak out against Charles.
Who?
She used to speak out against Shahrazad Ali when Shahrazad Ali warned all you black women that this would happen. She warned you 30 years ago, and now look, and you didn't listen. Now look what happened. Exactly what that good sister.
Okay, yeah. Exactly what that good sister. You were watching her content, and
see, don't dismiss me like that.
Continue after you rudely interrupted.
You either Jedi Mike, you shut up.
Right. She said, even when we do things that are detrimental,
by your grace,
they still serve some purpose.
I agree.
So a lot of times, like when you see people like that, especially like, and I'm not saying that like you should stay and try and be a captain person. Like you see stuff like that, somebody like clingy and all that other stuff. Like, what I would say this because I said this to a guy too. I
just say because Genesis killed me with that.
Whatever.
Because Genesis said, "By your grace, was so slick and smooth."
Oh my Lord. Yeah, listen. I said there's something I've learned about relationships is there are us problems, there are us issues. You know what I'm saying? Meaning there are issues that we have between each other, and then there's you issues, and then there are me issues. I can't fix you issues. Whatever your issues are, your personal issues are, I can't fix that. I can help encourage you. I can help, try and inspire you. I can, go along with you. I said, but you have to fix that problem. The same thing with me. I can't expect, a man to fix me issues. I have to fix that. He can be encouraging, he can be supportive, he can hold my hand along the way, but I have to fix it. And until I do, it will always be an issue. And I think sometimes in relationships too, a lot of times people don't realize the difference. They try and work on what they may think is a us issue, and it's really not a us issue, it's a that person issue, and they're trying to fix it. And like, we can't fix a you issue. Only you can fix that. And a lot of people don't realize that exists in relationships. Same thing as when we talk about, baggage from other relationships and stuff like that people bring that cause chaos within a relationship, childhood trauma, all of that is in with that baggage. They bring it into the relationship and it causes chaos. And then, a lot of times what, our partners tend to do is like whatever our issues are, they try to tend to fix it. But the problem is it's not an us issue. So you can't fix that. It's a me issue. I have to. And if I don't fix it, it will always be a problem in our relationship. But the problem is a lot of times people don't fix a I issue. They don't fix their own issues.
Right.
Which is why they're always having issues in their relationship.
And it's always a defense mechanism when they say something like, okay, well, you did this X, Y, and Z. It's not what you did. Now, if you have enough self-awareness to realize to hold yourself accountable, whatever about your actions, and when they give you type of that, out of the blue response, it's just they don't explain why they did what they did. They run because they realize the issues with them, but they don't want to want you to fix it. So they use deflection where it's like, oh, it's X, Y, Z, and they just run away. And sometimes, I think the best, I guess, healer really is time, because then it's like I was in a relationship like a woman like years ago. But like when she came back to me, like I just ran into each other. We had a conversation, and she said, "Hey, the reason why I had to run away because I was dealing with X, Y, Z. I didn't tell you, right?" And she apologized to me, and I'm like, "It's all good. It was in high school. Like we're in college now, like and stuff." But she's like, "No, it's just like you were nice to me. I just like I just." Didn't like that. I left you out in the red like that, and I didn't tell you what was going on because I was scared. I didn't know what was going on, and that's the thing. I think fear really paralyzes people. Especially like obviously when you open something as vulnerable as your heart. I mean, I get it, but again, the whole thing of like trauma bonding, all that stuff like that is just so like it gets so misconstrued and very it's not. Yeah, no.
I can say this though, because I know people who are like, I love sucks. Oh, I don't ever want to be in love again. And when there's one relationship in particular that I was just like, oh my God, I hate love. I don't ever want to be. This is horrible. But once I really start working on myself and rebuilding myself and everything, I realized I do want to be in love again. Love is. I'm talking. If you ever been in love, love is an amazing
thing. It's amazing.
It is amazing. And I would love to be in love again. But here's the difference. I don't want to be in love with someone who is not in love with me again. That's the difference.
Mm-hmm.
Because a lot of times when we end up getting our heart broken, in most cases, it's because one person feels more than the other. Or one person's more emotionally invested than the other.
Mm-hmm.
Rare is it that they're both equally as emotionally invested in it.
I would add to that being in love with somebody who's in love with themselves also. Mm-hmm. Because if you love yourself in a healthy way, not in a, self-consuming type way, but if you are in love with yourself, then you won't make choices that are not for your good.
Right.
So you're not as reckless in life if you love yourself, because you value yourself more than to make some of those poor choices that will have, consequences, probably good consequences either. So, if you got a person who is secure and they're loving themselves, and then y'all connect and y'all fall in love.
Right.
That's dope.
Exactly.
I don't want to be petty, but I see in the chat and I saw Miss Creative say Marcus got a puma.
I did see that. I had scrolled up to it and then I came back down because it said there was some new comments. But
he got you. He got me. Good one.
But there's like a thin line between love and hate, though. I know it's in a movie. I get it, but it's just like it. Like no, I seen with the heartbreak. I mean, look what happened with with the husbands of the victims of what happened with Texas. Like he passed away. He had a
that's sad to
kill
me,
you.
But then it's like so mind blowing because it's like y'all were so connected. Something happened to your wife. It affected you to the point, I go back to The Notebook, It's like, dang.
Yeah. And it's funny because you usually, like, I've heard of things like that happening to older couples.
Yeah.
Like a wife will pass away, and then, a couple of days later, the husband will pass away from, a broken heart.
Yeah.
But that was like, I mean, it's I don't know. It sounds like, some Shakespearean poetic type of stuff.
Yeah.
That happened.
That's
Mandrell calls that Disney bull. That's what he calls it, Disney BS.
Right.
That's why I said he got to work on them soft skills.
What's wrong with my soft skills?
You got none.
Saying what we were just talking about, you would call that the Disney bullshit.
Right.
It probably is. Whatever y'all were talking about.
He mentioned the lady, the teacher who was killed. Her husband had a massive heart attack the next day.
Oh, well, he probably already had cardiac.
Basically grief.
But the stress of the grief of losing his wife did him in. That ain't Disney BS. That's just that's understandable. That's understandable. That's totally understandable. Like, let me get married to someone and something happens to her. I'm gonna be grief stricken too.
But natural. You have to have some strong feelings for her.
Exactly.
If you just in a marriage that's like a business arrangement, or you married to somebody who you really don't want to be with.
Yeah, but who wants that?
Give a darn if they,
Yeah, but who wants that though?
A lot of people. Those people
Mandrell,
that are marrying
really?
money, they marrying for money. They ain't marrying for the person, so they don't care.
That sucks.
Right.
Or the ones who just want the title, or whatever benefits they think come along with, being the husband or the wife. Then they don't have those types.
You never heard of Mandrell? 401k makes it okay?
No, I hadn't heard that one.
I'm so down with you.
I hadn't heard that one. That's new.
Well, you met Chadwick? You met Chadwick?
Chadwick? Yeah, but I think he was married when she met.
You said that?
You met Chadwick?
Oh yeah.
Wow.
I know, right?
What social media version?
Chadwick's like, wow.
Yeah,
I'm
she's
like, wow,
him.
too.
She met a bunch of people. What's the name of that dude? The old dude, the guy who died, the bald head, Singleton.
Oh, John.
Yeah.
Oh, legend.
Yeah, you met the other one, the bald. I mean, he's an older. Quincy Jones. Yep.
Quincy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I met Nia Long. Who else? David Oyelowo.
You met Nia Long?
Yeah.
That's
and
my ex-wife.
David who? What's his name?
David Oyelowo.
The guy from Stranger Things.
Well, I met him. His name, David something else.
Yeah, she met him. The guy
David Harbour. Sheriff Harbour. Sheriff Harbour.
Yeah, she met him. James Buscemi. I remember when you met him. I was like, "What you doing with James Buscemi?" I was like, "What you doing with James Buscemi?" Oh yeah, we was at the screen. She was like,
"It's so random."
Yeah,
we was in the screening. It was it was a screening. Yeah. Adam Sandler screened the movie he did with Chris Rock, and David. What was his name? Buscemi. He was there. I was like, "Oh my god!" I was like, "Do you mind if I take a picture?" He was like, "Oh, sorry, let's go."
Now, I'm on the T side now.
Mm-hmm.
Worst experience meeting or working with an actor.
My worst experience,
like horror story, not necessarily juicy, story, but yeah.
Mm-hmm.
A meeting that wasn't fun or working that wasn't fun because they were.
Enter Chris Hansen.
Ah!
Take a seat right there.
Hey, yo!
What are we doing here?
I don't know. I'm trying to think. Most of my experiences were pretty good, I'll say.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't have any horror stories, like personally. I do remember though, when I interned, like, because when I was in film school, we had to do an internship, and I interned at Capitol Records, and like, it was like all the interns had, like, we had this little clique or whatever, and like, we were interning at different labels though, and so some of the interns at Bad Boy. They were talking about how like Puff Daddy like had like such an attitude, and like he would get
a prima donna,
like take like both chairs and turn the
I could totally see that.
I was like, wow.
You know what the most fascinating story you told me? The most fascinating story you told me of all time. What? It might seem trivial to everyone else, but there's this band called the Gorillas, right? You did an intern. I think you were at Capitol Records. I think. Yeah, but then they walk into the. See, here's the thing: no one knows what they look like.
Yeah,
like, even at their concerts, there's just a screen of these animated characters of them, right?
Mm-hmm.
Animated versions.
Wasn't Pharrell part of them?
No, I don't. Yeah, he collaborated with them. He collaborated with them once.
Okay.
Or a couple of times, but yeah, the Gorillas. I really like that group, right? And so it's one of those groups where Shumerria was like. You know what the funny thing is, though? They came in for a business meeting. I saw them. They're walking around, you know what I'm saying? Just like normal. She's like, but the crazy part is if you don't already know what they look like, you'll never know who they are.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I'm like, that's crazy. You got the
Wait, don't they sing the song? What was that song? Chigga, chigga. Is that song they do? Gorillas?
I think one it is.
Feel good.
There you go. Feel good. Boom.
Yeah.
Feel good. Yeah, Feel Good Inc. They did a Clint Eastwood. A lot of good songs that you've definitely heard their music, Genesis. Like you maybe not know them by name. You've heard, but absolutely you've heard their music though.
Okay.
But yeah, I thought that was fascinating. You actually saw them walking around. I was like, that must have been a bug out. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. They're just walking around the building or whatever. Yeah. You walking right past them. Oh, it's the Gorillas.
Right.
Like for her, it was like, oh, it's the Gorillas.
All right.
No big deal. For me, I was like, you met the Gorillas? You know?
Jake Gyllenhaal? No.
Oh,
yeah. know
Wait,
this.
you made one of my favorite actors, Jake Gyllenhaal? No.
Which of the elder actors mentors you? Whether mentor or inspires?
Oh, inspires. I can tell you that one.
Who is it?
I can tell you. Alfre Woodard is your inspiration.
Yeah.
I like Alfre. Okay.
Yeah, Alfre Woodard is their inspiration. Now, Dr. Stewart mentored you into the order. Yeah, Dr. Stewart. She's an actress that you've seen in a lot of different stuff. You just didn't know who she was. But but you definitely seen her, especially if it's some black stuff. Or if you watch that old show In the Heat of the Night, she was a recurring character in the Heat of the Night.
Okay.
But yeah, you've definitely seen her and stuff. Like Dr. Stewart, I'll be watching something random from back in the day, and it's like, Dr. Stewart from Alabama State. You know, so she just pop up in the most random stuff. I'm like, yo, what? And like TV shows and stuff, you see her, you know.
But I love Alfre Woodard because I feel like she's just so underrated. Like and I guess for me as an actor, it's little things that I look at, like the small nuances that you know she does, or you know, just it's transitions that she does. Like for instance, she was in The Family That Prays, Tyler Perry's movie, and it's a moment she has where she's confronting what's her name? Oh God, what's her name? She was in Love and Basketball.
Sanaa Lathan.
Yeah, she confronts Sanaa Lathan about, you know, her sleeping with like her boss or whatever, and cheating on her husband. And so, she throws up in her face. She was like, well, you did that. I guess you was trying to be a good woman and daddy, but he still left or whatever. And so you can see in Alfre Woodard's face, like, because they do get like the reaction shots, and her reaction shots, like, you know what I'm saying? It was like it's like the subtext in her mind was like saying like, oh, if you don't know what happened between me and your father. And it's kind of like, I don't know what she was thinking about, but it's like she's drawing up whatever instincts, like, you know what I'm saying, that made her angry, because you could see angry behind her eyes. And then like it was a transition from, because Sanaa Lathan was like, and he left us and he never looked back. And Alfre Woodard got angry for a minute, but then she transitioned. She was like, yes, he did. That was a long time ago, and I let it go. And then like a tear fell down her eye, and then she transitioned from hurt to, Andrea, you gotta let it go now. You cannot live your life based off hurts from the past. I was like, oh my God. Like, cause it's like so many different emotions, like, and it's all in her eyes, like internally is going on. It's like, she's angry, then she's upset. And then it's like, she was uncomfortable, number one, talking about it. But then like, it went from anger to, to hurt to let it go. Like, now I'm giving you the advice. I am the mother, the mentor that you need right now. I'm giving you the advice that you need to hear. So it's like all that going on at one time in her face. And a lot of people like, look past that. But for me, I be going crazy. Like, oh my God, did you see that? People be like, what? I'm like, oh my God, did you see that? So yeah, that's me.
Wow.
Sorry, she's just so
Miss Creative must have missed it. She asked, Shushu, do you act in Broadway plays?
I auditioned for I have auditioned for some Broadway plays, and I got like so close to landing. It was a Broadway show called Holla If You Hear Me, and it was an adaptation of Tupac's lyrics into a Broadway show.
I'm glad you didn't get that one.
Twice.
I'm glad you didn't get that one.
Why not? I've done off-Broadway stuff, and the only difference between Broadway and off-Broadway is like the seats. Off-Broadway shows are in like theaters with smaller, like less seats, or smaller audiences.
Big Bad Bull asked, do you consider yourself a modern or traditional woman?
Fuck you, Big Bad Bull. Don't ask my sister no shit like that. What's wrong with you?
Really?
You want to know something like that? You want to know something like that, Big Bad Bull? Then you will come through me.
I don't know. I guess you can say I'm a traditional woman with a modern twist.
In other words, step over him.
A traditional woman with a modern twist.
And the reason why I say that is because
I'm fine with that. That sounds.
And I don't know. And the reason I guess
listen to Mike. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that.
No, what I mean by that is like now, as far as like feminism and all these like viewpoints and stuff like that, I don't agree with everything, but I do have. There are some things I do agree with.
Right.
And yeah.
But you say that in a room full of feminists, they're gonna get pissed at you.
I'm pretty sure they will. But I mean, it is what it is.
Man, take your plaid shirt ass out of here, man. Get out of here.
I just think with New Age feminism, like they've just gone to the extreme with things. You know what I mean? Like, yes, like women are smart, and yes, like women are capable of doing certain jobs that men can do, but no, we can't do everything a man can do because physically we just aren't built that way. And you know what? It's okay. It's perfectly fine. It doesn't make us inadequate. It doesn't make us, insufficient or invaluable or anything like that. It doesn't mean any of that. It just means that, if like, for instance, Mandrell, you can lift, how much you lift? Like 450, 500. I'm not going to go to the gym and try.
I can't, hold on. I can't lift 500 pounds now.
But the point
That's
is,
right. He does he has Fisher Price weights.
I can give you 4. I can get you 400. A 400 bench press. I can get you that. Yes, but 5. I don't need all that.
I'm not doing that at all.
I'm not even trying. Yeah, I'm not even trying to lift 500 pounds. I got the 405, and I was like, okay, I'm good.
My limits and my boundaries as a woman, as a human being. But what I will say is this: I just. And the reason why I do say I have a modern twist is just that my whole thing is the respect factor. Like, I respect you as the man of the house, respect me as the woman of the house.
Yes.
So and I don't even have a problem with a woman.
Look at her
being, the homemaker, like cooking and cleaning and stuff like that. The only thing is, don't look at her as though she's less than you. No, because listen, here's something that I haven't heard anyone say either. There's very little, if any, respect you have for someone that you deem or that you look at as less than you. You know what I mean? So if you look at your partner as though they're not on your level, or we're not equal, then you and I'm higher, I'm above you. Then and people treat you the way they think about you. If you think that I'm less than you, you're gonna treat me as though I'm less. You're gonna treat me, it's gonna be demeaning, demoralizing, things said, and things done. So yeah, no, I can't get that. So, but my whole thing is, and especially if I say, and I agree with the idea of us being equals. But I don't mean equal as in like I said, on a physical level. Like, listen, that's what nature made it. I respect it. I fall in line with that. But when I say respect me as my equal, I mean respect me for who I am as a person, as a human being. Respect me for that. And whatever I bring to the table, respect it. Don't look at it as though, it's petty, it's small, it's nothing.
Mm-hmm.
What if I were to tell you I am the table?
Well, I would tell you.
Stick it with the sun, don't shine.
No, I'm the carpenter. How about that?
Ooh.
Okay. Oh, I was like, refurbishing.
Okay.
No, Lord.
Oh my God.
Hey, yo. Oh wait, what Jennifer says, not Fisher Price, Marcus.
Oh yeah, because they told Mandrell likes to lift in weights. Fisher Price.
Well, y'all, we have been here for 4.5 hours.
All right, this has been awesome.
So I know, but we go into the back chat and continue. But we're gonna end the show.
Well, we end the show, ma'am. I mean,
yeah, we are.
You didn't ask me any questions.
It's not your show. Your show.
Yeah, I know it's your show. I get it, but I'm a guest.
My Lord. Genesis. Thank you so much for having me.
I always treat Shumerria. I always treat her with nothing but love and respect.
It was a pleasure. It was so interesting. I loved it, and I purposely did not show because I had plans. I'm like, we should do some snippets from her videos. Then I'm like, nah, they gonna have to go to her page to see that.
All right.
So we're not giving away nothing. If you want to see her content, which is awesome, go over to her YouTube page, check it out, subscribe, share it, like it while you over there. And yeah, y'all gonna have to keep up. Make sure you hit the bell so you get all of the notifications. Do that.
Yeah. Please
yeah. So y'all hang out for a second.
There's a councilwoman who sat there at a council meeting yelling and said, "That's right, I'm saying I'm mad than a motherfucker."
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Damn, I'm mad than a motherfucker.
I'm mad than a motherfucker.
In the back.
I'm sitting here looking at this. I'm just like, wow.
With that being said, stay tuned for next week's episode on the Book of Genesis.
Right.
Stay tuned for next week's episode of the Book of Genesis. We're gonna come back with
yes, Candid Ann. It was an excellent interview. Candid Ann, I love you. I
Thank
want
you
to know that.
Yes.
Also, hit the link, like, share, and subscribe to everyone's content creators' channels up on this panel and in the chat.
Yes.
Hold on. Here it is, Mr. Creative. I told you she's a troll. Told you. Mandrill is so self-consumed. Lord have mercy.
Lord have mercy.
Okay, listen. Okay, I told you I know what city she lives in. She's not far from here, Shumerria.
Where's the emotional damage button for Mandrill?
She's
I had
literally
no
wait, she's literally see, self-consumed, Miss Creative? No, I am not. That's Shumerria, you tell the audience. Am I self-consumed?
Depends on the day.
How?
Yes.
Depends on the day.
No, it's not. How am I self-consumed? Oh, listen.
Look at him.
Is,
just look at him. Look at him.
The thing is, I'm obsessed with elevating myself and improving myself. That is an obsession with me, improving myself to become a better human being. I'll admit to that. I am consumed with that. I want to be the best person that I can possibly be.
Y'all give me the 20 likes.
I'm curious as to what that is. I don't think there's a ceiling to it, but I do. But I think part of my problem with finding relationships, I don't take it out on the other person. I don't look down on them or anything like that. It's just relating to them. You know what I'm saying,
look how passionate he is when he speaks. He means it.
I'm telling you.
It takes it's relating to women. It's just like, yo, what?
We get it.
Yeah.
No, they don't. No, they don't. They're simpletons. They don't get it.
Okay, well, we're gonna come back and tell them that next week.
Behind the scenes on Book of Genesis.
Yeah. So see y'all later. Thanks for tuning
in. Miss Creative, click the link. Skarsgård, Big Bad Bull. How about you click the link too, bro?
And that's a wrap.
See y'all later.
Skarsgård.
The end.
Thanks for tuning in to the Book of Genesis with your host, Genesis. If you would like to be a blessing, would like to be interviewed, or if you or someone you know would like exposure for your business, call us at 708-595-7500. Again, 708-595-7500. Email at genesis@thebookofgenesis.com. That's JENNESIS @thebookofgenesis. JENNESIS.com, or contact us by regular mail at P.O. Box 40, Monique, Illinois 60449. Thank you again for listening to the Book of Genesis.